constrains our ability to run our Onkerlig open cycle gas turbine on a higher load factor than is currently the case. But where we are right now, we need more cash. One of the key sources of cash that we have been requesting, Honourable Chair, but have not been able to successfully achieve is the payment of accounts by municipalities. Municipalities now owe Eskom in excess of 57 billion rand, and the trend shows no sign of abating, and it is likely that in the run-up to the general election that will in fact increase more quickly based on our previous experience. So that is going to constrain us from solving load shedding in the short term. If we are able to burn diesel effectively on a continuous basis, bearing in mind, of course, that we have to maintain our open cycle gas turbines, this will enable us to reduce load shedding by about 2 levels. So it is a very significant lever, and it does put us in a position where we are less at risk of load shedding than is currently the case. As we explained to you during the previous meeting, we have a challenge on Kusile units 1, 2 and 3, where we had the collapse of the flue duct on unit 1, which then impinged on the flue ducts of units 2 and 3, rendering all 3 units inoperable. If we are able to return those units to service, this will add 2,100 megawatts to the grid, and that, of course, is equivalent to a further 2 stages of load shedding. The current indications are that this will take at least a year. You may recall that we are required to install temporary flues, 3 temporary flues in the order of 90 meters high, with a diameter of some 8.9 meters. The steel for this has already been ordered. We are in the process of engaging with the DFFE to obtain an exemption from our emission requirements, so that process is in hand. But we do need to still build them, and that we estimate is going to take a year. We are looking at all options to accelerate that, but what we know today with a reasonable amount of certainty is that it will take a year to resolve this. We are then going to look at the following slides for details of these 3 levers and the focus areas that we have to improve our energy availability factor. As the Chairman of the Eskom Board has indicated, there is a generation recovery plan which has received the endorsement of the Board, and this focuses predominantly on our 6 priority stations, the stations that have the worst performance of our fleet. And then we've identified 10 focus areas. These stations and the 10 focus areas will be shared with you. If we get this right, this will add about 1,862 megawatts to the grid by the end of next month. So that is work that is currently going on. Of course, as we enter the winter months, demand for electricity increases, but we also slow down our planned maintenance. That is what we have done historically. We try and do maintenance during the summer months. Additional capacity is an extremely important lever, and as Eskom management, we have been advocating for additional capacity to be added to the grid to the tune of 4 to 6 gigawatts for at least the past 3 years. We have secured additional imports from our neighbors, and South Africa is now in fact a net importer of electricity, not a net exporter. We are in the process of receiving various regulatory approvals to make a standard offer to generators with excess capacity. There are programs in place to do emergency procurement. We have provided additional grid capacity. We have leased out land to enable private generators to build new plant to connect to the grid. And then, of course, there are the connections afforded to the Section 34 procurement program run by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy through the IPP office. By March of this year, we think that we can get as much as 2,900 megawatts of capacity. There are delays which we need to point out to you, and this is due to various delays on NERSA concurrence and alignment on the procurement mechanism with DMRE. These matters are enjoying the attention of the National Electricity Prices Committee, and they are being handled there under the direction of the President. Lastly, Honourable Chairs, we need to have the necessary government enablers. In particular, the matter of financial sustainability. We are looking forward to the Minister of Finance's budget speech. Of course, we are not privy to the content of that speech, but we sincerely hope that that will contain good news in terms of debt relief for Eskom. We need to also have the assistance of government in the procurement of additional capacity, various procurement policies that still constrain us, and in certain environmental policies. Again, all of those processes are currently underway and are receiving the attention of the relevant ministers and their departments, as well as Eskom management. Lastly, Honourable Chairs, I'm pleased to report that we've seen a significant increase in the level of activity from our law enforcement agency. There have been 25 arrests, 3 illegal coal blending sites have been shut down. This is where coal was stolen from Eskom and replaced with low-quality coal, which caused damage to our plants and created significant mechanical damage as well. And I'm made to understand that there are a further 30 of these sites that are being targeted by the South African Police Services. Honourable Chairs, the very fact that there are 33 of these sites that have been operating in Mpumalanga with apparent impunity for such a long time is a cause for concern. We also would like to again stress the need for us to obtain additional funds for fuel, oil and diesel in order to provide fuel for our open cycle gas turbines. These are very important components. So we are trying to pull 2 levers. The first one is to repair the coal plant as best we can, but then secondly, we need additional capacity to be brought to the grid as soon as possible in an enabling environment created by government. So the 10 focus areas that we're looking at, Honourable Chair, first of all, plant condition. We are doing increased maintenance, obviously within our financial constraints, such as they are. We have received some relaxation from National Treasury in terms of procurement restrictions imposed on us by the Public Finance Management Act. And with these permissions, we are now able to accelerate the use of, for example, original equipment manufacturers to ensure that, if I can use the metaphor, where we have a Toyota turbine, that we use Toyota mechanics and Toyota spares to operate on that particular equipment rather than using Mercedes or BMW. So that we think is a good way forward. We're also addressing the matter of inadequate capacity. We are optimizing our maintenance planning, and this, as I've said, is a delicate balance. And we are working very hard to add additional capacity and to enable additional capacity by opening up more grid capacity as quickly as we can through certain strategic investments that we are able to make. Honourable Chairs, we have run a crowdsourcing exercise, and we have managed to attract the interest of more than 2,000 South Africans from all walks of life, all genders, all races, all demographics, who have submitted their CVs and who are keen to help Eskom. We're in the process of matching those people with skills, some of them former Eskom skills, others younger qualified members of the public, and seeing how we can match those to vacancies that we've got in order to address our skills gap that we do have. We are paying a lot of attention to ensuring that we can train people. We have resuscitated our Eskom Academy of Learning, which had been badly neglected in the past, so that is ramping up and is improving. We are trying to establish a culture of accountability and consequence management. This is a challenge, not least due to the fact that we have disciplinary proceedings that are heavily biased in favor of individual employees, and that makes it very difficult to impose appropriate consequence management. We're also precluded by certain equity conditions from incentivizing staff. Now, I realize that asking for incentives during load shedding is a difficult challenge, but there are power stations in particular, I'm thinking of Medupi, Matimba, Letabo, that are performing exceptionally well. And these are the power stations where recruitment agencies are actively going to look for new staff, because they know they are going to get competent people that work at those power stations. And we therefore have to look after those people, and we have to give the appropriate remuneration and incentives to them in order to retain them and make sure that they keep their eye on the ball. We are committed to weeding out fraud and corruption. We are improving our controls in that regard. It is a slow process, and we are encountering significant internal resistance to improving controls. And you can speculate for yourself why it would be that Eskom members of staff would seek to impose additional strengthened controls, which would make it more difficult to engage in acts of theft and corruption. Our policies and procedures are being reviewed, but also external policies, in particular those with National Treasury. And again, Honourable Chairs, I think I've said it before in this forum, we are receiving excellent support from the colleagues at National Treasury. There's a very open and collaborative relationship within the confines of the law. We are really working hard to resolve all of the issues concerned. We have some challenges on environmental compliance. The environmental compliance requirement contained in the minimum emission standards plan proposed by the Department of Fishery, Forestry and the Environment would have required us to shut down 16 gigawatts of capacity by April of last year. We have appealed this particular decision by the National Air Quality Officer. Minister Creasy has appointed a panel, and we are engaging with this panel with a view to finding an alternative solution that will enable us to keep the megawatts on the grid while we transition to cleaner and greener energies in a way that does not require us to spend 300 billion rand on emission abatement equipment. 300 billion rand, of course, which we don't have, and which we would have to recover somehow either from the fiscus or from the electricity consumer. We are continuing with cutting costs, and further funds have been made available, but of course the more money we spend on diesel, the less money is available for doing our outages. So the money has to come from somewhere, and that money has to come effectively, ultimately, from the people who use our electricity. So we need to establish a culture of payment if we want to ensure that we have a viable and robust Eskom that can continue to function. We have engaged in significant efforts to improve control over coal supply. We have used a range of different technologies. You know that the coal supply situation is particularly susceptible to fraud, theft and corruption, and we are using technology. Although the criminals are smart, they've cottoned on to this and they're able to circumvent it. So it's an ongoing battle against these criminals who would seek to take Eskom's coal and export it at 3 times the price. So that's the plan. We've made very good progress in resolving the new build defects. Medupi itself, with the exception of course of Unit 4, is running well. That plant is typically averaging in excess of 90% EAF, so I can confidently say that Medupi is a unit that works well. We still have the inevitable boiler tube leaks, but I must say that the power station general manager, who heads up the team there, Zweli Witboy, and his team really are doing a fantastic job. And those are the type of people that we want to retain in the organization and also ensure that we don't lose them. So hence the need for us to have the appropriate retention mechanisms. Lastly, our own in-house engineering company called Eskom Rotec Industries, we are working very closely with them to ensure that we can improve their performance. There is a number of successes that we can report, and I won't go through them in detail. I've already alluded to some of them, but we do need to focus on those 6 priority stations, which together account for the bulk of the capacity load losses that lead to load shedding. Duva, Kendal, Kusile, Majuba, Matla, and Tutuka. Those are the stations that are particularly problematic where performance is very poor. And if we can improve the performance of a station like Tutuka, which has an energy availability factor year to date of between 15 and 17%, 1.5 to 1.7, which is an appallingly low number, then that will make a very significant difference to the EAF for the entire fleet. Next slide. So the recovery plan is for us to achieve a year-end number in EAF of 56%. I must point out that this is an instantaneous number, so that's not the average for the year. So that's the number that we aim to have in the bag by the 31st of March. We have done a lot of work to set ourselves up through various enabling structures, and we are making sure that we look after those stations that perform well. It's important that we do not neglect the high-performing stations. It's important that we continue to execute on the outage of Kuburg 1. That outage is going well. We have deployed significant project management skill at that project. You may recall that previously we had to implement disciplinary action against the project manager where there were significant deficiencies in the project management of that outage, and this has now been recovered, and we now have an appropriate number of highly skilled staff on site to do this. We then want to go by the end of the next financial year, so by March of 2024, to an energy availability factor of 65%. By then we will have completed the outage of Kuburg 1. We will have commenced the outage at Kuburg 2, and that should almost have come to an end by then. We want to particularly pay attention to embedding the principles of operations excellence. For a number of reasons, Eskom has lost its focus on operations excellence, and we need to instill some of the basic disciplines: good housekeeping, adherence to standard operating procedures, maintenance procedures, and so forth, which have been allowed to slip. By then, we will also have seen a return of Kusile units 1, 2, and 3, as well as synchronized to the grid of Kusile unit 5. This is intended to take place by July of this year. Now, while the unit is synchronized to the grid and not yet in commercial operation, it may have to be taken off from time to time for certain tests in order to ensure that it is commercially operational, but it will, by and large, be able to contribute an additional 700 megawatts to the grid. Then we wish to achieve 70% EAF from the end of FY25, with Kusile fully operational, in other words, Unit 6 also synchronized to the grid, returning Medupi Unit 4, which is scheduled for September of 2024, and then focusing on empowering ourselves with current and future skills, which will be important. Kuburg 2 will by then have come back, so Kuburg will then be able to again deliver 8,900 megawatts to the grid, and as I said, Kusile will be looking to have all those units in operation. Next slide. So in order to limit our unplanned capacity loss factor, so these are the unplanned load losses, we've come to the realization that achieving 60% by the end of this financial year is simply not achievable. It will not happen. Bearing in mind that when we look at the calculation of energy availability factor, you deduct from that your planned maintenance. So the more planned maintenance you do, the worse your energy availability factor becomes. If we want to give our energy availability factor a boost of 10%, we can just stop doing planned maintenance. But of course, the minute that we do that, we will significantly impact the reliability of the plant going forward. And this is what has happened in the past. And if we allow it to happen again, the situation will just become worse. So we need to be quite disciplined in maintaining our focus on planned maintenance. If we want to achieve the FY24 target of 65%, we need to maintain our unplanned load losses at an average of below 11,400 megawatts. Now this may sound like a lot, it's actually a very aggressive target. Our planning basis for the current year is 13,000 megawatts, but we typically exceed UCLF and OCLF at 15,000 megawatts. So to structurally improve our reliability by 4,000 megawatts is going to be quite a challenge. The main lever for that will be the units at Kusile that we will be returning. And if you then look at the targets that we've set for ourselves, you can see there that there is a step change that we need to make in our performance at generation. This is a stretch target, even if we had no constraints in terms of additional capacity, in terms of skills, and in terms of money. But as I've pointed out, we have significant challenges on all three of those. Next slide. Honourable Chairs, if I can then segue to the budget for the maintenance of coal plants versus the independent power producers. We have an analysis that we'd like to share with you. We classify all of these as primary energy cost. You can see there that our unit cost for coal is about 424 Rand per megawatt hour. Nuclear is very cheap. Once you've expended the capital to build a nuclear plant, the capital of a nuclear plant is very expensive. Once you've built it and you continue to operate it after it's been depreciated, it is very competitive technology. So our lowest cost producer in the fleet is in fact Kuburg. After that, if we look at our open cycle gas turbines, there you can see the difference coming in, 4,700 rands. So the total average on a weighted average basis for Eskom is 447. If we then look at the IPP open cycle gas turbines, so those are the IPPs at Avon and the diesel that use diesel. They cost us 4,574, and when we look at the renewable IPPs, 2,027. Now it's worth pointing out, Honourable Chairs, that the unit cost has in fact gone down for renewable IPPs. And the reason why it's gone down is that we now have more capacity coming on from later bid windows. The initial bid windows, particularly bid window 1 and 2, were very expensive. And they were expensive because of the fact that the technology had not yet been proven, that the regulatory environment had not yet been proven, and that the lenders to these projects required a significant premium on the financing because of perceived risks in lending to these unproven technologies. Now, what we've subsequently seen is that the costs have now come down very substantially, and we are now seeing costs being bid for bid window 5 and 6 for wind and solar that are comparable to the cost for coal and other technologies. So between 400 and 500 rand per megawatt hour. So the technology has matured and it has been de-risked. So, Honourable Chair, you can see there that all of the unit costs, with the exception of nuclear and renewable IPPs, have gone up from FY21 to FY22, and this is due to normal inflationary pressure. The one element that we should also not forget about is the imports. You can see there on the screen that we've imported 5,316 million rands worth of imports, most of that coming from Kahora Bassa, which typically supplies us with about 1,600 megawatts of electricity per day. We have since added to that with imports from other countries as well, to the tune of about 300 megawatts. Okay, it's important, sorry, if you can just go back, to also point out that all of the IPP costs are calculated by NERSA on a 100% pass-through basis. So if we pay to an IPP open cycle gas turbine producer a cost of 4,574 rand per megawatt hour, all of that is allowed as a full recovery in the tariff calculation. And the same with renewable IPPs. When it comes to our own diesel consumption, this is not allowed. We are restricted to a load factor of 3%, bearing in mind that we have averaged over the past year load factors ranging from 9 to 11%. So there's a significant delta between the cost that we can recover in the tariff and the cost that we actually spend. And this is one of the reasons why we find ourselves in a situation where we do not have cost-reflective tariffs because of a decision taken by NERSA. So the full cost of IPPs are passed through in the tariff in the calculation made by NERSA. So it's an in and an out. So there's no cross-subsidization of any nature allowed. Next slide. There was a question if Eskom used the maintenance budget to pay off debt. We can categorically say that the answer to that question is no. We did not use the maintenance budget to pay off debt. Maintenance cost is funded from cash, from operations, and not from borrowings. So we can't go and borrow money from a bank and pay for maintenance. Cash from operations for the past financial year was 53 billion, and we spent 19.1 billion on maintenance. And this comprised 15 billion rands worth of planned maintenance and unplanned maintenance of 4 billion. Next slide. So, Chair, forgive me for indulging in some accounting terminology here. In the Eskom context, we look at internal versus external spend. We use the spend incurred on all other line items except employee benefit costs. So because employee benefits are typically a fixed cost, we exclude that from calculating the cost of maintenance. Some of our expenses are some of our maintenance costs are expensed. In other words, it's cash that flows out of the income statement. Others are capitalized. Now, what happens when you capitalize it? You add it to the value of the asset that has been maintained. Why? Because you typically extend the life of that asset. And this is in keeping with generally applied accounting principles. So there's nothing peculiar or strange about that. That's just the way in which we do it. We also look at various company versus group accounts. So when we spend money on ERI, our engineering subsidiary, it could create the impression that we are spending at a group level less on maintenance because of the way in which these numbers consolidate at a group level. So it's very important to look at the appropriate comparator when you look at the numbers for our maintenance cost versus OPEX. Okay, next slide. So if you then look at our coal plant repairs and maintenance, you can see there that the repairs and maintenance of our coal fleet, that's the big blue block at the bottom, that has in fact gone up quite substantially from FY 2020, when the budget was already set, and is now significantly higher than what it used to be. And I think that makes it clear that we are growing our maintenance spend rather than cutting back on maintenance. And this is exactly what you would expect with a fleet that is aging. If you have an older fleet, just like with an older car, you start to spend more on maintenance. And we've definitely not cut back on maintenance to pay back the debt. Next slide. Here's a comparison in our coal repairs and maintenance versus the IPP spend. We anticipate that there will be a 4.7% increase, so roughly an inflation increase for our spend on repairs and maintenance, while the gross spend on IPPs is likely to increase. Why is the spend on IPPs likely to increase? Because we will be buying significantly more electricity from those IPPs as they come onto the grid. So it's also important not to just look at the headline number, but also to understand how many more megawatt hours we are buying because of the fact that we are seeing many more connections coming onto the grid, and that is why you see that upward slope. Next slide. If you then look at our maintenance spend, and if you look at the way in which it's going to develop forward, you can see there that up until about 2017, Eskom spent significantly on maintenance. In FY 2018 and 2019, that number was cut back, and we are now back to the normal levels. For the avoidance of doubt, may I just state that the numbers for 19 and 20 were obviously budgeted for prior to the arrival of the current management team. So if you have questions in that regard and why that maintenance budget was cut, then you should direct them at the individuals who were in charge at that time. Next slide. If we then look at the reduction in debt, you can see there the yellow line is our net debt security. So net debt is when you deduct the cash that you've got available from the gross debt that you've got. And we have managed to flatten the growth in our debt trajectory, and we have been able to reduce the debt from a high point of 427 billion to less than 400 billion. And this is due, amongst others, to various equity injections that we received from National Treasury, as well as through stringent cost control and better management of our finances. Now, if you compare that top line the yellow line against the bottom line, the columns there, which are an indication of the total amount of money spent on maintenance. It's quite clear that there has been no attempt to cut back on maintenance to pay for the debt. So hopefully, honourable chairs, we can put this matter to bed. Next slide. I think we can skip this slide. The point's been made. And if I then can move to responses to allegations made by organised labour, why can't mothballed plants be switched back on, bearing in mind that the mothballed plants have been placed in reserve storage with minimal preservation. So these plants are not isolated, protected from corrosion, for example. They're not lubricated in order to prevent deterioration of the plant. Furthermore, they have been used to provide spares which are out of date for adjacent units that need the spares to continue operating. Now, because the plants are so old, dating back to the 1960s, so they are my vintage, so they are a bit wobbly by now, and therefore we need these spares because the original equipment manufacturers simply don't make them anymore. And if we have a unit that has been decommissioned, that is a source of spares. Now, we've done the calculations to try and establish how much it would cost to return these units to service. And the amounts are extraordinary. To return about 400 megawatts of production at Ingrina would cost 16 billion rand in capital expenditure. That would buy us only 5 years of operation. And if you compare that with the lowest cost generation technology currently available, it simply does not make economic sense to invest that money and to try and revamp those units. Bearing in mind that they are old, they're small, they're subscale, they require very large investment in order to make them compliant with the latest environmental requirements. And of course they require a lot of coal, which we would also have to buy, which is not provided for in the sum of 16 billion. For Grootfontein, a similar number applies. There to get back about 700 megawatts would cost in the order of 21 billion. Similarly, for 5 years only, and after that you have to shut down the plant if needed. So it does not make economic sense. The allegation made that power plants are not operated according to the prescriptions of the original equipment manufacturer. We do adhere to those plans. It would be useful if we can obtain specifics of the allegations by the trade unions. To make a general statement is easy, but it helps us a lot if there are specific instances that the trade unions are aware of, that they can inform us of, that we can go and investigate if there have in fact been deviations. But as a general answer to a general point, we do make use of OEM requirements, and in fact we are moving back to bringing back those, as I said, the Toyota mechanics to look after the Toyota plant and so forth. Some coal power plants are operated using oil. Our fuel oil consumption has increased very dramatically. About 20 months ago, we exposed a fuel oil racket at Tutuka Power Station, where 100 million rands worth of fuel oil was stolen every month. So fuel oil, unfortunately, seems to be particularly susceptible to criminal activity. And we know that when there are unit trips, we use a lot more fuel oil. Maybe I must just take a step back, Honourable Chairs, and explain what fuel oil is used for. When a coal unit trips, when it loses ignition, you use the fuel oil as a sort of a blitz, if I can use that word, to get the fire going, to start up the coal. Because the coal is poor quality, it needs fire to start burning, and that's what the fuel oil is used for. So the more that you see unit trips, the more fuel oil that you require. Now, if you are an unscrupulous fuel oil supplier, the best way of doing so is to ensure that, for example, at Majuba Power Station, that the mills that mill the coal are damaged. And this is indeed exactly what we've seen. So once we broke up this fuel oil racket at Tutuka, it was within a couple of months that we saw that the fuel oil consumption at Majuba started increasing and the reliability of the mills at Majuba started decreasing. So these things are very difficult to police. They are very difficult to contain, and it shows to what extent criminals are still active inside Eskom for their own benefit at the expense of the country. And I must stress this point. Crime is costing the country in terms of load shedding. And we've got to get our arms around this, otherwise we will not win the battle. The moving around of power station general managers is not working. About 2 years ago, there was a rotation of power station general managers, and we have now had those power station general managers, possibly with 1 or 2 exceptions, where we had a resignation and so forth, people in their positions for that period of time. Slowly we are seeing stability. We understand that it is disruptive to have frequent changes of leadership. I think Eskom itself is a good example of that. And we need to allow the new incumbents to settle down and put their stamp on the plants that they run. However, we obviously need to take account of everything that all the requirements of the organization, and that we from time to time have to move people around as they resign, as they move on, as they are promoted, or whatever the case may be. So we can't just keep all the power station GMs chained to their plants forever. That also doesn't work. Switching on and off of Tutuka Power Station willy-nilly. Tutuka, I think as is by now clear, is a plant that is really very, very susceptible to crime and corruption, and that's why performance is so poor. We have spent at Tutuka an extraordinary amount on maintenance, and it has not had the desired effect. This is an area where we've had to write off more than R1 billion after we did an audit of the stores. We could not find the spares that were supposed to be in the store. We have suspended more than 20 senior managers at that plant. We have tried to persuade the police to make arrests. To my knowledge, there have been only 2 arrests at Tutuka. So Tutuka really is a significant concern for us. We certainly do not give instruction to shut off units at Tutuka on a willy-nilly basis. We want to see Tutuka make its contribution to the fleet, but it's very difficult to do so in the current environment. Next slide. Eskom operational data affirms that there is no correlation between the age of power plants and their performance, and that's quite true. Age alone does not constitute the major variable. What is far more important is how much maintenance you've done. If you have missed a midlife refurbishment, if you have not done your maintenance, and if you have run your plant much higher. During our previous meeting, Honourable Chairs, you may recall that I explained that the energy utilization factor was equivalent to the rev counter on your car. And what we've done to our plants is we have run them all the time with the rev counter in the red. And that means that they have deteriorated more quickly than their benchmark group. We showed you those graphs in the previous presentation. And without doing the maintenance and by running the plants harder, you exacerbate the deterioration of the plant due to age. No plant has an infinite life. I understand the allegation was made by the unions that there's a coal plant in Germany that is 120 years old. I'm not aware of such a plant. Again, it would be useful to get those specifics because I would like to go and take a look at that plant. It would be most instructive. Because plants are old doesn't mean they need to be retired. The units weren't shut down because they are old per se, but because they required significant funds. As I indicated previously, the Integrated Resource Plan of 2019 required us to shut down those units earlier than we actually did. So Eskom is not at odds with government policy. In fact, we are at odds to the extent that we delayed the shutdown of the units for longer than the Integrated Resource Plan actually required us to do. So that is the only, I think, statement to be made around that. Parts can be replaced on units that are in cold reserve to generate additional megawatts. We have looked at that. I referred to the studies done on Hindrina as well as on Grootvlei, and it's clear that this is not economically or technically feasible. It is just not something that is doable. Much as though we wish we could return them, it is not doable. Close the IPP budget and redirect it to the maintenance of power stations. Honourable Chairs, we have contracts with these companies, bearing in mind that the contracts were not negotiated by Eskom. These contracts were concluded on behalf of Eskom by the Independent Power Producer Office, which reports into the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. So the IPP office is the procurer of electricity and Eskom is the buyer. But our input into those contracts is very, very limited. And it's only when the board itself finds that there's a conflict between its fiduciary duty and the contract that the IPP office has negotiated that the board has any leeway to decline to sign a contract. So those contracts are now signed. We can't walk away from them. And if we, of course, walk away from those contracts, we cancel them, then the IPPs will stop adding megawatts to the grid. And that's in the order of about 6,000 megawatts at the moment. And we will therefore see a significant increase in load shedding if we were to do that. Furthermore, the much needed investment in generation capacity, the bulk of which will need to be made by the private sector to the tune of R1 trillion, will come to a grinding halt. And then we will have a far worse situation going forward. Next slide. Alleged component swapping from one power station to the other instead of buying new components. This is a good thing. If you have a spare that is idle, that you can use, that is at one power station and you can use it at another power station, this surely makes economic sense. And that's exactly what we have done. Particularly when there's time pressure on the manufacturing of a new spare or where it takes significant time for us to have this particular spare manufactured. Some power stations are cannibalized for spares. I think I've responded to that question. This is informed by an appropriate policy. Again, it makes good economic sense. Focus on quality maintenance. Yes, the outcomes of our maintenance programs are not as they should have been. Partly, Honourable Chairs, due to the fact that in the past we were obliged to test the market for maintenance contracts. And that led to the so-called Bucky Brigade doing maintenance at power stations because we went for the lowest of 3 quotes and slightly tongue-in-cheek, but still serious, Honourable Chairs, it's as though you require open heart surgery and you take, put an ad in the newspaper and you take the lowest of 3 quotes. That will not always yield the desired outcome. Sometimes you need the right expertise, the right skill, which could cost you more, but will have the desired outcome. So this is an example of the unintended consequences of some of the constraints placed on us by various procurement policies in terms of the triple PFA as well as the PFMA. To stop rolling blackouts with immediate effect by focusing on quality maintenance and reconnect all shutdown units back to the grid. Honourable Chair, yes, if we could wave a magic wand and stop load shedding tomorrow in a responsible manner, we would do so. What would be feasible to do would be to stop load shedding immediately just by stopping planned maintenance. We just stop maintaining. That will maybe buy us 6 months of no load shedding. What will happen after that is going to be far more catastrophic, because then the units will break down, and they will break down properly. So we must, I think, with respect, Honourable Chairs, guard against the temptation to again postpone maintenance. We need to look after these plants if we want them to be reliable. Next slide. We learned that there's no available grid capacity in the Northern Cape. The unions need a map of available grid capacity. I hope they intend to invest. In order that investors in power generation could know where to consider investing. So that document is available on the Eskom website. And we also have a detailed transmission development plan that's also a publicly available document. We have a medium-term system adequacy output, which also gives you a very good indication of where the capacity is, where you can commit. And we are working very closely with investors to make available more capacity, and we're expanding access to the grid. Shortage of skills in Eskom is due to the instruction by a CEO and COO to bring down their headcount, as Eskom is alleged to be bloated. Headcount has reduced, and I think if you see what we've done to replace the skills that we've lost, we've really gone to extraordinary measures. In May 2019, we gave the operations 3,638 vacant positions. In the past financial year, we lost 3,392. Now, this is due to natural attrition, retirement, people finding other opportunities, but we replaced those positions. We recruited more than 1,000 people externally, and 1,747 of those skills were recruited internally. We have also allowed more than 2,000 new recruitment projects. Each recruitment is called a project in the HR fraternity, and we therefore can give you the categorical assurance that there's no notion that we are deliberately eroding skills. That would indeed be a very foolish thing for us to do, and we are definitely not doing anything of the sort. Next slide. Whenever there's a retirement or resignation, there's no recruitment process taken. I think we've just addressed that. We are continuing to recruit. We are continuing to fill vacancies. So this statement is, again, not substantiated. The internal forums at Eskom are dysfunctional due to no appetite from management to change. We have a collective agreement with our recognized unions. It's called the Recognition Agreement. For a long period of time, Honourable Chairs, we have been engaging with our unions with a view to amending the Recognition Agreement. We would like to engage with our unions, but unfortunately these engagements tend to be characterized by disputes over short-term issues rather than by focusing on building a solid cooperative relationship where we can engage on a positive level to ensure that we can have a functioning company for the benefit of both the employer as well as organized labor. Next slide. Policy framework changes are needed to pave way for different role players to enter the generation market. Red tape in the application process for electricity generation should be removed. I guess that word should be expeditiously. This is really a policy decision, so Honourable Chair, even though we opine on it, that it belongs in the sphere of the DMRE and NERSA, we would much rather that representatives of the DMRE respond to those questions, because it really is a policy matter and not an Eskom Contractors are involved in sabotage to extend their stay. We have identified some of these individuals. We have worked with the police to arrest them. You can see there the cases that we have identified, and there are quite a few of them. Now, this is again particularly sad that there are South Africans who, for short-term gain, are willing to jeopardize the economy and the employment of fellow South Africans by committing acts of sabotage. It's impossible for us to have surveillance everywhere, although we have deployed intelligent drones, we have deployed intelligent cameras, but what we found is that whenever the cameras are down for maintenance work, incidents of sabotage take place. So the saboteurs are quite clever. So we are working now with the police, but I would again request that the intelligence agencies in particular ramp up their ability to penetrate the networks who are responsible for this sabotage. Next slide. To think that unbundling is an alpha and omega is a big mistake, but in reality it's an opening for privatization. I won't comment on the statement per se, except to say that the policy to unbundle Eskom is a government policy decision, so it's not up to Eskom to question the wisdom or not of that decision. We personally believe that this is the right decision to make. We are country number 106 in the world to follow this particular policy intervention, and it's been successful all over the world. So why we would be so exceptional that it would not work in our case, I think that's a debate to be had. But again, I would suggest, Honourable Chairs, that this particular question be better addressed to the Department of Public Enterprises, as it is the shareholder who has directed us with its policy document to pursue this particular avenue. Next slide. And that is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairs, for the opportunity. We are at your disposal for questions.
Now let's thank the board of Eskom, as well as the CEO in leading the presentation of Eskom to this august house. Chairperson, perhaps let me first express my appreciation to you for giving us an update on a matter which we thought that was quite concerning on our part. And I express my gratitude because I think the steps that you have taken are decisive enough to have put a process in place to get into the bottom of that matter. And I hope that the honourable members will express the same, because you are giving us confidence by ensuring that that process has credibility, to the extent that we have put a team of independent people to look into that matter, because we're quite disdained by the fact that an allegation like that could hang above the head of one of the board members, to have said that women cannot think above an M16 level. And that is why that the members were hot under the collar. And I hope then that it will be acceptable that we have taken it in this manner, and we will get a report in the near future as to how far has that process gone. I hope that this matter is better handled in that way, and this is what we have expected, that we will attend it in that particular fashion, so that it does not derail us into the main pieces of what we need to deal with today, which is the issue of the outrages and the load shedding that is affecting us. I want now to say that now that the presentation has been made, we allowed you almost an hour and few minutes to make this presentation, because we didn't want to disrupt you, so that we can have a full appreciation of what you want to put to us in order for us to apply our minds and engage with a full picture of what you have given us. Honorable members, that is now the presentation before you, made by Eskom, led by the CEO, Mr. Director. I now take this opportunity to invite hands from you, honorable members, to engage with this presentation, ask questions of clarity, and you are also free to make comments in relation to this presentation, and even proposals and to solutions that you may think that are necessary as a form of advice and guidance to this national asset. I will recognize, and I want to say that because of the blue lighting in the room, I will ask the members, because I cannot see those that are at the tail end of the room, that all members will just do it in a uniform way. When you start, you can just introduce yourself with your indulgence, honorable members. I'll start with you, and as number one, and then behind you, number two, number three, honorable member, number four, honorable member, number five, number six, number seven, number 8, number 9, number 10. In that order, just keep your numbers. Number 11. This will be the first round. Number 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I will give all of you, the 14 members, an opportunity to ask those questions. If there is a necessity for the second round, we will take that determination after we get the responses. But I would like to appeal to the members to be precise, concise, but complete. In other words, please don't exceed 3 minutes in what they've given you. It's a maximum 3 minutes. Otherwise, try to be shorter than that. Over to you, honorable member number one.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will stick to your 3 minutes. Firstly, I would like to appreciate the presentation from the Group Chief Executive Officer. I have got about 3 questions in the main where I want clarity on. He spoke about the need for more cash available in order for them to mitigate the issue of loadshedding. But I was hoping that he was going to go much further to more or less quantify as to how much money exactly do they anticipate they need to make sure that it's got availability of power. Secondly, he alluded to the fact that about 57 billion is owed by municipalities, but less mention of departments, power departments. I wonder if that was deliberate or they are not owing anything. If it's a case, I would like to know how much more those departments themselves are owing Eskom. Secondly, he spoke about the additional capacity. He mentioned that they are getting some capacity from our neighboring countries. If he can kindly assist us in terms of understanding at what cost are we getting those extra power in comparison with how much are we charging, because I know that we are also exporting some power to other countries that cause comparison. And the third one is that he mentioned about some staff members who are very efficient and they are assisting a lot in terms of helping Eskom, and they would like to keep them. Hence, he spoke about incentivizing those employees. But when we were meeting labour, we were told that most of the staff members, if not all, have not been getting some increase for over a decade. So, can you say something, comment about that? And then the issue of consequence management, I didn't understand what he meant when he said they are finding it difficult to impose consequence management because of some biasness. I didn't understand that quite clearly, if you can clarify that. And my last question is that having been told that IPPs are costing more than what Eskom costs, and then those contracts are outside that jurisdiction. So are we wrong then to believe that this issue of IPP is meant to collapse Eskom because they've got everything to benefit out of it? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The next honorable member.
I also have a number of questions. The first one being, I think there is, of course, this over-glorification of IPPs. Every time we're speaking about Eskom, we're talking about IPPs, but there are also, and I think this was also raised by the unions, that we have, this was also said around 2017, 2018, that if we start introducing IPPs, we are now going to get a problem solved. But what we are told now is that the very same IPPs are costing us more, and Eskom, or rather, we are bound to contracts that no one can actually account for. So what guarantee do we have now that this call for IPPs is really to address load shedding, whereas currently the IPPs we have that have been with us are not assisting us as much, but are actually costing us. And moreover, there have also been reports, or rather responses, where we've been told that some of the contracts with the IPPs are going to be reviewed. So I just want to check which ones are being reviewed, what is happening around that, and do we not have like a cap with NESA or anyone who can say, look, if you go into a contract, you cannot go above this amount to get the service? How do we get to a point where IPPs are holding us at ransom? It's either you pay us ridiculous amounts, or we're going to not provide you with electricity. The second one, it is on the issue of that there was an issue raised that the maintenance model in Eskom, it actually also involved to a certain extent outsourcing. And we've heard a number of times where we have been told by Eskom that there are issues of sabotage by the very same contractors because they want more work and all those things. So one then has to check, how do you then oversee the quality of the work by these outsourced contractors? And what guarantee do we have that when we move more to outsourcing instead of building internal capacity, then you are not actually putting the state entity at a level where it is much more vulnerable than it is? And this also speaks to some of the allegations that were made by the unions as well, that there is now also a replacement of skilled workers with contractors. So you have one place where you are replacing what has been working with contractors, and then you come back and you say these very same contractors are sabotaging us. But you are the ones that are actually opening up the doors for them. Another question that I have is specifically, I think, on South 32, which is said to be one of Eskom's highest electricity consumers. But at the same time, in terms of the ratings, and perhaps this is something that one wants to confirm, whether it is true that they are actually paying much lower tariffs than the average household, even though they are a company, and also that the agreement to pay these lower tariffs was actually entered to while South Africa was facing load shedding. So what was the reason behind that? And does this company, which actually uses almost 9% of the energy or the electricity that is produced by Eskom, does it suffer load shedding? And why are we not perhaps even considering unplugging it to a certain extent? And why one is saying this is because a lot of businesses in South Africa are affected by load shedding, and some of them have actually had to close down because of the repercussions of load shedding. But you have big companies that were told or were led to believe that they are not as affected as everyone else. I mean, we even had at one point in the last SONA that there's a company that was created, an ice cream company that was created from 350 rand. And I'm actually interested in whether the president on Thursday will be telling us that that company is no longer in business because of the load shedding that they have been subjected to. Another question that I have is that there were reports in December that the CEO is under investigation, and this is in relation to procurement irregularities in Eskom. And what we then want to understand is the extent of that investigation, how far we are with that investigation, and what exactly is happening, because it sort of fell under the grade after it came up. Another question that I have, I think it's on the issue of theft of fuel. I still do not understand how fuel, especially at the amounts of 100 million rands per month, that means large volumes. There's no way that such fuel can just disappear like that and nothing, no one knows what is happening. So what exactly needs to be done is, in addition to us you telling us that fuel is being stolen. What is being done to make sure that that does not happen? And I am seeing to a certain extent a situation where there isn't much, this matter is not being taken seriously as it is supposed to be, where perhaps Eskom is expecting the police are expecting Eskom to actually deal with the matter. So I want to understand, has there actually been an extensive process to undertake to make sure that we no longer have issues of fuel being stolen? More than that, we do not have an issue where our power stations themselves are being sabotaged by whoever is sabotaging them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We'll have the case, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Firstly, Board Chairperson, I just want to ask an obvious question to say, what is it that we can do now to end load shedding without facing long-term situations, maybe bad situations like the CFO was presented that we can end it now, but we must expect the worst in the long term. And coupled to that question for me is, have we been, as Eskom or as a board, involved every stakeholder that needs to be part of the solution? So to be part of the solution, for me, you must first understand the problem. And as all the stakeholders been in the same level of understanding, stakeholders like, you said one in your presentation, you said one of the challenges of Eskom is the non-payment of municipal accounts. Have we as Eskom engaged COPTA, for example, or SALGA, so that we, all of us, we understand the situation, we understand our contribution to a challenge and to a solution? Have you been involved SAPS and other departments, other relevant departments to deal with the matter? Because I think all of us, we are affected, and what's affected for me is an ordinary SMME down there who's trying to make an end meet to the current economic situation. Secondly, Chair, the issue of illegal connection and the non-payment, have you considered to deal with that matter and in the stage where if you have dealt with that matter, it can have the stages of load shedding? And also, Chairperson, the issue, if the Eskom can deal with the issue of illegal connection and the non-payment, it will talk to the campaign of saying, of dealing with illegal connection and also of paying services that are due. Thirdly, for me, Chairperson, is an issue of monitoring and supervision, but the two colleagues, honourable members, have touched to that in details. Do we have a plan to monitor those contracts? Do we have a plan in the supervision to make sure that whatever service that we are paying as Eskom is true, or it is perfect, or it is correct to that? So, for example, a part of my life I've been in the municipality, a board chair. So before the SCM paid, the user department will confirm that this is the service that was ordered and we are satisfied with the service, so they should pay. So is there any plan or monitoring or supervision plan like that in Eskom, so that whatever services or whatever a call that you are receiving, before you pay for it, you should make sure that it is the right form. On your CEO, on your 10 focal area, you also talk about the issue of skills development on the human capital skills. How far is your academy, technical academy, will assist you in addressing that? As you said, you have reassessed that. Chairperson, on my fifth question, can you please allow me to ask it, as much as it was not in the presentation, the issue of NERSA? I think this meeting needs to be told in this meeting, because this is the formal gathering. to say what was the motivation behind Eskom to apply for the increase vis-a-vis the economic situation we are facing as the country. The last two questions for me, Chair, is the issue of your response from the unions. Chairperson, from what I've observed from the last meeting to this meeting is that there is no proper a forum between the executive and the unions. If there was a proper engagement, I think and I believe that some of the issues would have been addressed there. So I'm challenging the board to say, can you look at that forum to say, is it proper, so that everyone would be engaged, everyone would be engaged, and everyone will be taken to board to say this is the challenge that we are facing, and unions as part of the people representing the human capital of Eskom, this is the role that you must do, and this is the contribution that you must do. Because I've from my observation, I'm just seeing the us and them, and whilst we are facing with what we are facing, so let us find each other so that we'll address the situation. Chairperson, okay,
thanks, Honourable Member. We have the next Honourable Member, number 4.
Thanks, Chair. As you said, we must introduce ourselves, but I think we know each other. But because I'll comply, my name is Carol Peer, a member of Public Enterprise. Chair, I'll have to follow suit because I think this meeting was very clear to say that when we were going for an oversight, we wanted quick solutions. We wanted things that can be done urgently to end load shedding. Yes, we want to engage your presentation as we're expecting all of us to get a quick solution. But we have raised a number of issues. One, I want to follow suit and concur with my colleagues, but then go further in terms of your issue of diesel. You have raised that if you get cash to procure more diesel, then things will be right. My question directly, without doing preambles, is that if tomorrow you get the amount that you want for diesel, will it end load shedding without the future consequences that we are relating to? We don't want a quick solution, then after 6 months, a year, it catches up with the country. But my issue is that you are raising sharply, so you want a cash flow for diesel. Will it end the load shedding? As I move with that particular question, that goes simultaneously with what you have related in terms of you spoke about there was a raising point of switching off the power stations or power stations that you have switched off. And to my understanding as a layman who's not a technician, who's not an engineer to Eskom, you made a reference that for them to come back, you need 18 months. Then it just tells me, if you can go back and switch on those power stations, it means they'll generate and they'll be useful to the country. But then my question is that, in the first place, why did you switch them off? Yes, you raised a number of issues of maintenance. And I believe any institution that has something to do with any machine or a power station that needs to be maintained, there must be a budget. Subsequent to that, your budget is increased always increases yearly, as if it's something that comes unplanned, but you know your power stations, your unit needs to be serviced. The last time, Chair, when we went for an oversight, we were told one unit needs 36 months to be maintained, something like that. So it means you are aware and you must keep on servicing, you must keep on maintaining your unit, but you decide to neglect. That's why I said, I started by saying, just for a layman person who's not an engineer or so forth, but it just gives me a common sense that deliberately you don't maintain them, you don't want them anymore, then they go to waste. But if we start to question, you tell us about it will take 18 months. That for now, we are not prepared to take 18 months. As a country, we want a quick solution. Chair, you know, in their plans, it shows they've planned, Kachalia, wait, your turn will come. You are disturbing me.
You are prevented, Honorable Member. Continue.
Thanks, Chair. In your plans, it becomes so clear, and you even mentioned that this financial year we can't win. There's nothing that can be changed. And if you tell us that, yes, we understand, and you must remember even yourselves, and everybody who comes to the portfolio, lying under oath, it's a criminal offense. And you must know these reports will refer to the previous reports. Some of the things I think we need to start to refer and come back so that we know really we are given a serious, a detailed report. You speak about your plans being for the financial year 2024, 2025, but this year is nothing you can't achieve. Then it becomes a problem. I wonder, really, with information that you are giving us, it's going to be the same information that you have already submitted to the President for SONA, because it becomes two different things. The President sometimes speaks and gives the country hope, and when we come to you, we get disappointed and we feel like the information does not match each other. So I'm worried, seriously, is it what you have presented today? Will the President be saying that? Because we know it's you who's giving the President's report. Lastly, Chair, my last point is that I want to also agree with Honorable Mkwanazi. We have raised, in any institution, there is a strategic planning, and the strategic planning is management versus employees, those who are implementers, those who are on a day-to-day implementing the plant. So it just tells us that there is no communication. But then my question is that, do you have a management strategic planning together with your employees to understand what are they coming up with, what are the challenges, and what is it that can be done? Because the best people who can give you solutions are those who are dealing with issues on a daily basis. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Chair. I'll stand up so that I'm closer to the budget. CEO, your presentation seems to be approaching a point, but it never gets to the point. We are here because of load shedding currently, but really the issue is the issue of power supply going forward for the country. From the numbers you projected, it paints a picture that nuclear energy seems to be more reliable and cheaper from the numbers you presented there. IPP are exponentially more expensive than nuclear from the numbers you presented. But you are not telling us a permanent solution for the country. You are telling us coal is 400 and something, and are 2,000 and something. But nuclear is only 99 rand. So part of your work and the board's work is to advise government to take these decisions that would be beneficial to the country. And we are not getting to that point to say, look, we are here, but it's only this, our salvation is there. But it seems to be gravitating towards nuclear power. Of course, we understand the generation mix that we adopted. Now, I have not many questions. There are only 8. Part of the issues that were raised by Labour is the issue of a manager that was sent to Kenya. When he got there, there were 2 units functioning, and when he left, there were 6. And he was moved elsewhere. You have not responded to that, and part of your response should then advise us how many units are working currently at Kenya after that gentleman left 6 units in operation. The issue of diesel, maybe take us into your confidence and enlighten the country. One was of the understanding that these diesel generators are essentially a backup system for when 1 or 2 of the units have an issue or your plant maintenance, then we use those to maintain power supply. Now, the cost of diesel has skyrocketed. It appears as if now we are using diesel to generate electricity. Have we moved away from coal? Immediately after that question, I'd want to ask, because the understanding is that there was an agreement between Eskom and mining companies, that these mining companies are going to sell lower grade coal to Eskom, and they'll make their money through exports by selling this higher grade coal to Europe and other countries. Now, your presentation seems to suggest that coal that must go to Eskom is actually being exported. Is Eskom using the same grade of coal as that which is used in the European market? Because I'm aware that the European market and Indian market don't use the same quality of coal. So if you can maybe shed some light around that, we get to know where we are going. Maybe, Chair, we forgot to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Oppenhauser as we had requested last time, that he must be present. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. We've been wondering where you are. The other issue, this is my last issue, Chair. The IPP. Your presentation doesn't show how much we are actually spending on this IPP and how much are we getting. The cost-benefit ratio is not clear in your presentation. We understand there's a need for IPPs because we've agreed to the generation mix and whatnot, but what are we getting for these IPPs? We are making mention of a land that has been leased to allow these people to generate electricity. Is it part of the power purchase agreement? How is this? If you are an independent power producer, how then do you say you don't have land to produce? What are you producing? It's like saying Toyota doesn't have a yard, but they are producing cars. From where? If you are appointed to produce electricity, surely you must have the machinery to produce. Now, why is Eskom availing land to people who are calling themselves independent power producers? Let's check.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We'll go to the next Honourable Member, number 6.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Chairman and the CEO for the presentation. I think obviously the question that we all are faced with, and this and the chairman have alluded to it in past meetings, is to the degree and the permanence of load shedding. And I fully appreciate that it is very difficult to project that given limited energy availability factors. But as the chair indicated previously, to create some level of predictability, would you please unpack what you foresee going forward? The indication is we'll have load shedding for at least 2 years. At what level? What are the risks of stage 8 load shedding? And obviously the impact that we are all faced with in the nation and the pressure that has been placed upon us, let alone you, but on us as public representatives. I think that is very important. Chair, one of the solutions that we need to look at is the issue of diesel. We need to assist Eskom and to hold the other committees accountable, the Finance Committee, as to why are funds not being made available. In that regard, I would also like us, in exercising our oversight, to embrace those committees as well. I'd also like to ask the issue relating to criminality. Well, you know there was a settlement international with BB Limited. 2.5 billion rand was paid into the criminal asset recovery account following serious offences at Eskom. Mr. Director, are you able to make an application to recover that money to Eskom? And how can we as Parliament assist you in that regard? Because it was stolen from Eskom, and surely it should go back. And that would help at least a portion of that to buy Eskom diesel. And I think that is a very important aspect. I'd also like to ask your opinions, and a lot has been made of the IPPs, and you've made it very clear that it's not your decisions, and the board has very little input on that. But I'd like you to comment on the delays in the implementation of bid window 5. They should have already been online. Now they're only expected to be online on 2025. And why is the Department of Mineral and Energy Resources not being held accountable for the delays in bringing those online? Surely that, you don't have to comment on that, but that adds to the load shedding that we are faced with. I'd like you to comment on the appeal against nurses rejecting of your 3,000 megawatts of gas power facility, that rejection. And what are these committees doing to hold NERSA accountable for that seemingly, I hesitate to use the word nonsensical, but it would have been helpful had that application been granted, and what steps have been taken in that regard, because that could also assist. Then, in exercising our oversight, we as Parliament have failed in assisting you to collect 57 billion rand of municipal debt that is outstanding. And it concerns me when you say it's going to increase in the run-up to next year's election. And let's just face it. Let's face the elephant in the room. I was part of the Eskom inquiry of this Parliament. And you pointed out, Chair, that the financial year 2018 to 2019, maintenance dropped from 35.8 billion to 31.7 billion. There is the problem. Now, you've been held accountable, and quite rightly so, but we know what happened before you, with the Guptas, with ANC ministers that were implicated in that. There's the finding that this Parliament accepted. And it's time that we face the facts. And we can hold you accountable, but South Africa is facing load shedding because of a lot that went before your time. So, Chair, I thank you that you've given me a little additional time, but these facts need to be said. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We'll have the next one, Member.
Chair, thank you. A lot of what not a lot, but some of what I intended to say has been eloquently covered by my colleague, Mr. Swart, sitting next to me, so I'm not going to repeat many of those. Let me begin by saying that I wish to thank Mr. Director and Mr. Oberholzer for their service. I don't think that has been heard often enough. I think we've also paid, if you like, considerable school fees that have led us to receive a presentation of the kind that we've got, that we just received, which was extraordinarily informative and addressed many of the issues which people should take very, very seriously. Many of the answers sit there in the detail, and that needs to be carefully scrutinized. I know that I cannot persuade Mr. Narrator to stay on, even if I present him with ring-fenced coffee flasks, but perhaps in the fullness of time he'll tell us why he's left. Now, in terms of my questions, my back-of-the-envelope calculation in terms of what you intend to bring on in the short term, in terms of Kusile, the 6 stations and additional capacity that amounts to some 4,062 megawatts for the 6 stations and what I just referred to. How much of the generation gap will this fill, bar the contingencies for unplanned outages, and what will these unplanned outages have, in as much as you can predict, have on the gap in generation, and at what cost? Secondly, how much grid capacity needs to be opened, and again at what cost and over what time frame? Thirdly, you referred to the hiring that is ongoing. Now, perhaps you'd help me understand why, I forget the exact number, but it was a very significant number of very senior people who were let go recently, who happen to be white. Fourthly, in terms of consequence management, equity issues, various other encumbrances that you referred to, can you comment on this and what, in terms of this, what would you require further to assist you if you were in the job going on to keep the lights on? And how would you push for those encumbrances in some detail to be pushed out of the way? And I think everyone knows about all the encumbrances. I don't have to list them. Then,
Thank you, member.
No. It's 2 minutes 09. Piri got, Honourable Piri got 6.5, Honourable Kamini got 6. Honourable. So, we're doing a measurement here.
No, can you just say, honourable members, wait for us, we are running the meeting from this side. I just want to say, you spent a minute singing the praises. It's 2 minutes from the time you started asking the question.
That may well be, sir. Yes. But I want to remind you of what we have tried here, that these 2 members have taken 6.5 minutes each. Now you are stopping me at 2 minutes something. It is unacceptable, and I will not tolerate it. I will continue. Thank you. In terms of, where was I? I was going to ask about Medupi 4, what progress has been made there, because you've been at it for 16 months, and I'd like to understand exactly what has been going on there. And similarly, in terms of Kusile, what time frame can we expect for the fixing of that 220-meter shovelable chimney?
I did not raise it, Chair. Can just...
You want to raise a point of order? Okay, what's the point of order?
Chair, I want to question you, or all of us must we defy you as 3 chairs. If you try to rule on us, I'm just saying it means we've got luxury of defying your
No, honourable member, there's no luxury of defiance. I've given that honourable member to conclude on the last question that he was raising. Can you please conclude, honourable member?
I'm concluding. I've got a couple of points to continue. I'd like to know what further assistance you would require in terms of dealing with theft, sabotage, and corruption. And given that coal and nuclear appear to be, in the short term, the best bang for buck, how much diesel would you require to keep, while you maintain and fix? And what would the cost of that diesel be? And have you approached Treasury in this regard, also in terms of the transfer cost you referred to? And finally, in terms of the putative national state of disaster that we're all hearing about, I would like to hear from your point of view what Eskom, from a ring-fenced Eskom point perspective, you would like to see perhaps in a blue sky way that would assist you and your successor in carrying out the plan you put in front of us to the nth degree. I thank you, and that was about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasharia. Let's have the next honorable member.
Thank you for extending my time.
The member with number 8.
Yes, thank
Honorable
you.
one, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, my first question is with regards to the CEO mentioned municipal debt, and we all know that that is, it's appreciated, but that is quite a stumbling block with regards to Eskom's finances. But I want to, there's also an other side of the coin, and when you look out of a municipal perspective, a lot of municipalities will tell you that Eskom also owes them money. With regards to agreements that were reached many, many years ago and disputes that's there, and that makes the settling of that outstanding and arrears debt much more difficult. Can there be some clarity with regards to Eskom's position on that? But then more importantly, Chairperson, does Eskom know what portion of that debt is for the sale of electricity and what portion is penalties and interest? Because out of an accounting perspective, I think it's important. And we know that one of the contributing factors is the implementation of increases in tariffs. Eskom implements when NASA approves an increase in tariff, they implement it from the 1st of April, whereas a municipality can only implement increases to its consumers from the 1st of July because of a financial year. And that creates a lot of interest and penalties on outstanding debt from that perspective. Then, Chairperson, secondly, and the Honourable Buthelezi also raised the matter with regards to the international purchase and sale of electricity. If one looks at the integrated annual report, the actual sales to international consumers were, and I hope it's a mistake in the report, but the report says 13,998, 298 gigawatt per hour. I assume it's 13.298 gigawatt per hour, but regardless, that was the actual sales to international consumers. The target for 2023, this financial year, is 11.219. Has this been, and the purchases was only is much less than that, 8.678 as the target. Has that been reviewed, and can Eskom tell us what the latest figures with regards to that is? Then also, Chairperson, the question was also asked with regards to the tariffs. And the question is international consumers being charged the same tariff for what is the relationship between what South African consumers are paying for electricity versus the international consumers? Because if one looks at Nampower, they, for instance, very frankly says that they buy from Eskom because the agreement says it's affordable prices. And the question is, has that been reviewed? Nampower, coming to Nampower, because the highest sales in 2022 was Zimbabwe and Nampower. And especially in Nampower, one hears that there's no load shedding being implemented with regards to power being supplied to Namibia. And Namibia's the excess power, or the biggest supplier in Namibia is Eskom at this stage. Is that being reviewed? Is there any other developments with regards to that? Then, Chairperson, Mozambique. It's mentioned that we are now purchasing electricity from Mozambique. But in June 2022, Mozambique was the biggest outstanding international debt to Eskom, of which there was a large portion that's disputed. In this purchasing agreement, us purchasing electricity from them, is there any negotiating or offset of that outstanding debt with regards to what we are paying and purchasing from them? Chairperson, then diesel. It was also mentioned there's a dispute, as far as I'm aware, with the revenue service and rebates in that regard. That will create significant cash flow with regards to or to purchase diesel. Is there any developments in that regard? And then the application for a wholesale license with regards to diesel that has not been approved. How will that change the situation? What will that free up, or how will that enable Eskom to have more cash flow with regards to diesel procurement? Chairperson, then just quickly on also the Honourable Perry mentioned the reasons for decommissioning units. And I just want to specifically ask, if one looks at the decisive factors, is it the maintenance or end of life, or is it the tariffs agreement? What weighs more? And I think that's very important in this crisis that we are in. And then, Chairperson, we understand and I understood that it's going to be very expensive to switch on decommissioned units. But if I understood correctly in Drina, another unit is going to be switched off by March 2023, next time. Is that preventable? Is that being reconsidered, and won't that bring some relief with regards to keeping megawatts in the grid as the CEO? Thank you. Chairperson, just one last question, if I may, on the skills gap the CEO also mentioned, and it was alluded to as well. But if one looks at the employment equity plan, and there's a lot of uncertainty with regards to the employment equity plan for 2023 up until 2025. The to reach the targets, Chair, skilled, typical African males and white males will have to be reduced to reach the equity target. Is that reasonable, given the shortage and the skill gap? Because to maintain a target elsewhere in the institution, technical people are being sacrificed, and is that fair? Is this equity plan being reviewed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let's take the next Honourable Member. Number 10. No, 9, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
No, it's me, number 9. I'm number 9. You said I'm number 9. No, you said I'm number 9. She is number 12. You said I'm number 9. I did not say I'm number 9. And she's number 10.
Let's not have a dispute about that. We will all have an opportunity to speak. Go on, Honourable Mashai.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm not going to be like one fellow who wasted the committee's time, 2 minutes of our time praising other people.
Point of order, Chair. That comment is completely out.
I have not given you an opportunity to speak, Honourable Kachari. Can you please maintain order and come down and be cool and collected in the House? Honourable.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, again. And I would like to thank the Chair of the Board for not bringing that patriarchal fellow to this meeting, because he was not going to sit with us in the meeting. Like last time, we demonstrated that we have no tolerance for patriarchy. And welcome, Mr. Obelhauser. I was very pained when we were at Megawatts. I went out of the boardroom to the toilet, and I saw you, meaning you were in the building, but you saw it fit not to attend the meeting of Parliament. When we have said we are coming for oversight. Similarly to something very strange that happened that day. A chairperson was very, very calm when a CEO who has resigned goes to a meeting with the World Bank. He doesn't accompany him to understand what are we signing on behalf of the country and the utility. A resigned somebody goes and enter a meeting of that importance, that includes loans and everything. Now my question is that given that Mr. Director has resigned but he still continues with his duties, at the time of resigning and now, how many contracts has he signed with who? Can that information be availed to us so that the public can scrutinize that? You know, apartheid, when it saw that it's going out of that door, they signed a lot of contracts and were stuck with those contracts that were signed by apartheid when it saw that it's going out. We want to know how many contracts have you signed with who on behalf of the utility and the country. That's number one, Chair. Let me go to the mining in Dara. There is a question, Chair, that small miners are asking. They are saying they belong to municipality in terms of their electricity and not Eskom. You are saying these municipalities are owing you, and therefore, on top of load shedding, you will switch them off, which affect small miners and processors. You want money, municipalities must generate money from those people you are switching them off. How are you going to get money? Is there a plan to balance the sustainability of small processors and miners to stay on the job, to sustain jobs without you switching them off? And why is it that when they want to leave municipalities to join you, you refer them to municipalities? Don't you want customers? The other point, Chair, is that there was a very disturbing slide there with figures of what IPP costs and coal and as well as nuclear. We have been sold a lie here in the country that nuclear is expensive and therefore we must not use it. You know, I've calculated here, nuclear is 46 times cheaper than IPPs. 46 times cheaper. 9 times coal is cheaper than the IPPs. What are we doing? What is it that you are trying to do with these IPPs that are shoved on our throats? We want that to be explained, that why are we advocates of IPPs that are expensive over coal? And this tendency of Eskom executives of saying South Africa has signed or is moving from coal to renewables must stop. This isn't correct. We did not sign moving from coal to renewables. We signed to reduce carbon emissions, high carbon emissions, to low carbon emissions.
You are raising a point of order.
I am, Chair.
On the basis of the questions that are being posed to Eskom.
No, Chair, on the point of time. You Sorry, Chair, if I may finish my point of order. You called Honourable Kacharia at 3 minutes and said that he'd taken an extra minute praising. Honourable Makwale is currently running at 5 minutes and 9 seconds from the second time he started. So my point is, you've got to be consistent in how you apply time.
Are you a timekeeper?
Yes. I am actually, yes.
Why?
Because
Sorry, honourable members. sorry, there is only one chair in the
Chair,
House.
I'm raising a point of order and I'd like
No, we are not out of order. We have given all the members additional time from that 3 minutes.
Except Honorable
Even he.
I'm squeezing the aim. The IPP fundamentalists are now complaining about time. It's not about time, it's about what I'm saying. They don't agree with what I'm saying. It's not about time. The last point, Chair, that's to save you, because I don't agree with the 3 minutes when we allocated the meeting to start at 2 until 8. But I respect the chairperson. The last point I want to make, that we are talking about unbundling, whether it's a government policy or not. It's implemented by Eskom or DPMR, which you belong to. When we unbundle into 3, and we are complaining about the debt that is owed by Eskom, and unbundling into 3, which entity is going to be responsible for the debt servicing amongst the 3? Generation, transmission, and distribution. Which one? We must know now, so that when the unbundling process is finished, we are not told that this entity wants bailout, that one wants bailout, and so forth. We must be told which one will be responsible for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The member that is assigned to the number 10 is now next. Number 10.
So we just...
Are you number 10?
Yes, I
was after Honorable Vessels, and you've completely skipped me.
Honourable Member, you will still regret that. Honourable Member,
we are capable of
please, you will get time to speak.
Yeah, I gave up my space.
Within the time frame that you speak.
Hey,
Don't the Honourable Member. Order.
Chair, can you get your house in order? Because we are capable of that thing. We can do that. Disrupting you when you speak, when you rule, please. You are not respected. We don't want that.
Please, Honourable Members, let's maintain the decorum of this committee meeting. I appeal to all of you. We are now on question number 10, on the Honourable Member number 10 to pose her question. Over to you, Honourable Member. You want to sorry, you want to raise a matter, Honourable Member?
I just want to beg you, Honourable Chairperson, when you gave my colleague time to speak, you had already recognized the member there. And then you said, can he just withdraw? You give space to the honourable member. After him, he's going to come. That was the decision by the honourable chairperson. Let me just finish. And thank you very much for taking the time. We don't want them to assume, Chair, that some members are more favored than others, similar to what other members have already raised in terms of time. That we can't question you on that for your discretion. Same like Honorable Vessel was given 6 minutes, I was also counting. So if then the issue of time, we have a problem, we can't blame you because you're giving every member extra time. For progress, let us stick to what we say. The next speaker will be the honorable member that side. Unless we are trying to say some members are more than equal to other members of this committee.
No, thank you, Honorable Teresa. We are all equal in this meeting as members of these committees. We are all members of Parliament. Just allow the honourable member who is on the platform to finish, and then we go to that member after her. I had asked the members when I asked them to raise their hands to remember their numbers. So the issue of people confusing the numbers is not really my issue. But what I am sure of is that all honourable members will have an opportunity to speak within the time frame that we have set for this meeting. So we will come to you, honourable member. There is no issue after that, honourable member. There is no issue of discriminating members here. All members are equal before this committee. Over to you, honourable member.
Thank
ngiyacabanga kahle kahle bekumele ngehlele ngenzansi. No, ngehlele ngenzansi. Uthoba ukuthi indaba ezitha usekhulumile mnike isithunzi ukuthi sikhulume. You know the problem of shadows, Chairperson, let me greet everybody in the meeting. The problem of shadows, you can only see your shadow during night when there is a sun or there is a moon. So since we are here, I don't think that the people who are shadows, they see themselves. So, Chairperson, I just want to pose this question to the CEO. Let me welcome your presentation. I am not interested in your presentation. I'm interested in knowing when are you ending actually. And also welcome the report that we got from the chairperson of the board about the matter that we raised when we were at Megawatt. Chair, the issue of municipalities owing Eskom, since I came to Parliament, it has been an issue and the debt is escalating. We have made suggestions as to how they could go about to get the money from the municipalities. I had thought, Chairperson, that the GCEO will come to this forum to tell us that we have engaged Salva, we have engaged Rota to ask the municipalities to pay off their debts, but I haven't heard that from Chairperson, I am not sure what according to the CEO, fuel is susceptible to corruption. Coal is susceptible to corruption. What is not susceptible to corruption, according to him? On their presentation, Chairperson, the setup for success, I don't know what slide that is. There is a focus on top 6 priority stations. There is Tutuga there, it's the first one. But the CEO says Tutuga does not yield any financial sustainability or addition to Eskom. I think that's what he said last when we were at Megawatt. So why would you focus on Tutuga, which is not yielding any financial or adding any financial whatever benefit to Eskom? Chairperson, the unions told us that the load shedding is done at a milli basis, or whatever they tell you. They are going to be managed.
You are protected.
That's it.
Okay. Continue, Honorable.
So, are they saying the employees were lying to us? Because the unions that came before these 3 committees told us what was happening at Eskom. And that unions or employees' inputs are not taken by the executive. They have been making inputs as to how this load shedding can be ended. Is the slide that or the presentation that they are bringing before us inclusive of what the unions have presented to them? Remember, Chairperson, if we're talking about the plants that are failing, we're talking about the people who are stealing fuel, we're talking about everything that is happening. The employees are there. They are the denominator. And the Chairperson, I am from a coal province. I am for coal. I am for coal through and through. You can't have a renewables without a base load of coal. We said we want mixed energy solution in the country, or in that mixed energy, you're talking about gas, you're talking about your solar, you're talking about your wind, you're talking about nuclear, you're talking about coal. Maybe if I can also get clarity, Chairperson, on the issue of the trucks that we see line up into, I think it's Richards Bay, something, that is taking out A-grade coal to foreign countries. And Eskom decides to use lower grade coal, that leads to load shedding. What is the logic there?
Are they dipping this country into an economic crisis? I don't understand. I don't get this, Chairperson. Maybe I need to be clarified, like Honorable Piri said. I'm talking from a layman's point of view. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an expert, I'm not a miner, I'm just a member of parliament who was voted to come here. So maybe if I can get clarity, do they think that makes sense to take the best coal out of the country while we have a crisis as a country? Are these generators at Eskom not using the same coal that is taken out of the country? Chairperson, why the use of diesel? Because I tell you, they are not telling us if somebody is benefiting from Eskom, whether it's the executive or it's the board, on the issue of diesel. One day you will find it on the papers. Because you can't be coming to us and say that plants that are supposed to use coal, you're now using diesel. They're supposed to be using coal, and we have reserves of coal, tons and tons of reserves of coal in this country. So if maybe, Chairperson, I can be just clarified on that one. My last one, Chairperson, will be on Medupi. Will Medupi ever be 100% functional? Because you are way above the money that was assigned for it to be built, to do everything. They're way above, about billions and something. Will it ever be operational? And they have the people, we haven't had Chairperson, that the people who built with those defects, they have been taken to court, or maybe I was sleeping on the job, I did not hear them explaining it. They have been taken to get the money. I mean,
Thank you very much.
Can I conclude? Yes. Have they been taken to court to recoup the money? Who's paying for to do the defense? Thank you, Chair. Second round.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We will now go to Honourable Michael.
Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate you. This microphone's not working, but okay.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate you finally recognizing me. Chairperson, let me start by making a statement, and that is this. You have coal-fired plants and you have diesel-fired plants, and the two are completely different. They're not the same thing. I'm making a statement. I'm entitled to make a statement. And we need to understand the basics of how electricity is generated in South Africa if we're going to make a meaningful contribution to this discussion and this debate. Chairperson, I have a couple of questions. Most of the questions that I wanted to ask have been asked, but I do have a couple. Mr. Director, the first one goes to the electricity that we're importing from the South African power pool. And my question is this. There was an indication that there is some 1,200 megawatts available of importable electricity. And I'd like to know where that number is coming from, because as I understand it, there isn't that much capacity, surplus capacity available in the Southern African power pool. So how much are we looking to import? Where is it coming from? And who's generating it? On slide 4, you talk about 2,600 megawatts being delayed due to NERSA concurrence and alignment on procurement mechanisms with the DMLE. Could you unpack that for me, and so that I understand exactly what concurrences you are awaiting for, and why there is this delay on NERSA's part? The next question I have relates to grid capacity, and you talk about it towards the end of your presentation, but you also talk about it on slide 5. And you talk about the grid capacity assessment that is available, the 2024 grid capacity assessment that is available on your website. My question is, how frequently is that updated? Because it appears that in bid window 6, bids were submitted in terms of the grid capacity assessment, but then when it came to actually awarding the bids, the capacity had already been taken up by other sources. And so my question is, can we rely on the document that is on your website? And if not, when will it be updated again? And then, sort of following on to that, when you last addressed the Joint Portfolio Committee meeting at the end of last year, you indicated, I think it was 140 billion rand would be needed to invest in transmission infrastructure. And my question is that planned? Is it in the pipeline? Is it happening? Is it budgeted for? When can we expect to see additional capacity, grid capacity, being made available for new generation? Then my last question is, in totality of everything that we've discussed here, what obstacles still stand in the way? What do we need to fast track? What do we need to get out of your way to get Eskom to that 65%, 70%, etc. energy availability factor? What from a government perspective, what from a treasury perspective, what from an Eskom perspective, what are the obstacles that are preventing Eskom from doing its job? Thank you, Chair. And that was 3 minutes on the dot.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let's go to the next Honourable Member, number 12.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. And Chair, maybe let's one as a matter of concern. Maybe because our entities have got the tendency of giving us reports, OT, disciplinary procedures or committees has been set up to attend to certain issues as and when we raise them. Maybe if the chairperson of the board can give us a time frame given to the committees on the said matter that we raised, because it is of great concern. Let me join Honourable Mahlaule in particular, because we seem to be looking at this matter as if all is well, everything is normal, it's business as usual. We went to Eskom showed us to say middle fingers. The CEO just walked out on us, and it was just normal. And the very same CEO who has already resigned went on to do and represent the country. So we're going to hear stories after he has left. I don't know what that resignation that meant, but anyway, Chair, let one go straight to the questions. One would then ask, given all the responses by the CEO pertaining to the allegations by the organized labor, does Eskom hold strategic meetings with the organized labor? If so, how then are these issues raised with us? And if they were raised with them, how did they attend to them? Because I'm of the view that there are no strategic meetings. If there were strategic meetings, what is it that they are doing when they are alerted of some of these things by the groundmen who happen to be the labor? Because they are the ones on the ground. Chair, I want to be honest, and I want to concur with Honourable Amini, that they gave it to the IPPs and the nuclears is very, very, very significant. So I want Eskom to tell us whether they agree with the South Africans that nuclear is more convenient than the APPs. And then still on that note, I would equally ask Eskom, because a Kuberg nuclear power station's license is expired next year. And the IRP 19 allows extension for 20 years. Then will Eskom be able to have completed the necessary regulatory requirements to enable the extension by next year? Have they started? If they haven't started, which would then raise other alarm, or would they not care about the nuclears? Why has that not happened? Or if it has already started, how far is that process? Chair, again, Chair, Econo Oil was accused of receiving its contracts fraudulently. The case has been appealed and the company has been banned. But there is still that Econo Eskom. Can maybe Eskom take us up to that? And equally, there's this ABB that has won 2.2 billion contract for work at Kusile. It has won that in 2015. Its subsequent subsequently subcontracted some of its work out to a company called Impulse International. And this have previously stated that Eskom is in the process of recovering the 600 million, which was unlawfully paid to Trillion Company that was in partnership with McKinsey and Company. How far is Eskom in recovering such? And finally, Chair, one is tempted to ask, would we see and there would still be power plants being closed? Was there consultation with either the partners or labor formations as to what would happen, and were there were there people allowed to give out maybe proposals as to what should happen before the determination and the decision to close those power plants? So, Chairperson, let me pause for now before you are accused of giving me too much time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let's go to Honourable Member number 13.
Chair, thanks for the opportunity and greetings to all the members and participants present. Chairperson, much of the questions that I would have liked clarity on has already been mentioned, and for the sake of time, I would deal with just a few. Chair, having seen that this question goes actually to the board with the process of what we have seen in the newspapers with regard to the CEO's position, and would want to find out, given the challenges that we are facing and the time that it will take to get a new CEO, in the process, what do we do? Because it has come to the attention that even the COO would also be leaving shortly. What plans are in place to mitigate issues regarding the time factor in the absence of the CEO? And I'm asking this because the reports that you get from the CEO or from the institution are sort of long-term, and in between there might be a bridge with regards to what happens if we have not yet had anybody at the helm at that stage. So that will be something that the board would have to maybe comment on. In the slides that you have seen and the presentation, which I welcome, there has been a question on the cash requirements or needed to help alleviate the pressure and keep Eskom afloat or going. With such injection or cash injection, Chair, if given in the foreseeable future or in the immediate future, reduce the time that has been expressed previously of the 24 to 36 months of the turnaround time that has been set in previous meetings. If the cash is made available or injected into Eskom, how would it affect the time to turn around the question of load shedding? Chair, from the presentation also, we get the fact that nuclear is cheaper than all the other mixes that we have been presented with. Given that the IPPs and the different bid windows were made to believe that they were expensive and they are becoming cheaper, but there are contracts that are binding that have been taken up with the IPPs. Within those contracts, is there provision for review? In that case, what are we doing in as far as the review with regards to the financials are concerned to that effect? The other, Chair, is that there have been allegations, Chair, that the grid that Eskom has got, we don't have the capacity to take on more power, for example, from the same renewables. And I would want to find out if this is the case, is that correct? And if that is the case, what implications of this in the context of our load shedding, where we are saying we are proceeding with other operations that would add to the grid that does not have capacity. And what is the plan, Chairperson, to mitigate this scenario? The last question that I would like to ask, Chair, is the delay that has been also mentioned, that NERSA had delayed in as far as the licensing part is concerned. Within the context of the joint meetings that are normally held, or the task teams that are normally held with regard to this situation of load shedding, is there cooperation, or is NERSA sitting within this think tank or the war room where these issues are discussed? Because if all arms don't cooperate, we will be sitting in this situation for quite some time. And I would want to find out if they are part and parcel of the deliberation in terms of ending this situation. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We'll have the next Honourable Member, located number 14.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me greet everybody in the House, honourable members, and the chairperson of the board. Let me follow the cue to welcome the presentation made by the CEO. I think the presentation was good, but if the presenter can put his tongue to practice, it will be better. We'll appreciate that. Let me go to my question, Chair. This one is to the chairperson of the board. Chair, I just want to know, in the past, one of the big challenges and experience of the SOE, it was members of the board are sitting in so many boards, and for them to be sitting in so many boards, more than 5 to 10 boards, they make them not taking their other duty or responsibility serious. So I just want to check with you, Chair, whether in your board, is it any member who's sitting in many boards? And if he or he is there, what are you doing with that person? Because I think it's a liability to the board. The second question is on the condition of the World Bank loan, is to decommission the Komati power station. Has the power station been decommissioned yet? And if so, that hasn't worsened the load shedding in the country. If not, when will be this power station decommissioned, Chair? Thank you very much. Those are only 2 questions.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We have the last member, Honourable. You are number 50.
I was actually number 32, but it seems like the numbering is
Honourable, you also want to say something? Okay, you will be number 15, and then Honourable Kumedo will be number 16. Over to you, Honourable Member.
Thank you. I think I'd like to just, we don't hear it often enough, and it's important that I say it for the benefit actually for the South Africans that are listening and watching, and that is, there's no real quantification of what the risk of failure here is. Nobody, we walk out of this and it's all, technical terms, but the reality is, the United States Overseas Security Agency held a briefing on the 20th of January 2023 of this year about the prognosis of what would happen in the event of a national blackout, okay? And then read that into context with sabotage and theft that's occurring. And Mr. Gab Harford, the National Control Manager, System Operator Transmission at Eskom, actually was quoted, and he said this a year ago, and it was that there would be looting and civil unrest if the grid collapses. And it would look akin to the insurrection in July 2021, but on a national scale, okay? And what's left after a national blackout would be what's left after a civil war. So even if we could fix it, there would be not much left to arrest. So if we look at the overall prognosis and trajectory that we're looking at, load shedding was 4 times higher in 2022 than 2021, and 2023 is the worst on record and looking to get even worse. South Africans have never paid so much for so little, in fact, and it's clear that we are between a rock and a hard place. So I must echo the sentiments of my colleague, Mr. Malam, and simply ask Mr. Director, what is it that you need government to do, and how can we get out of the way? Because it's quite clear that the present system is just not working, and it seems like the entire coal value chain in this country is just one giant criminal enterprise. So for the coal fundamentalists, good luck to you, because you are destroying this country. The second question I have is just with regards to the actual prognosis for IPPs. Now, if we look at the actual hard facts, to the people that keep busy asserting that they're not engineers, that they're not scientists, that they don't actually know very much, this is actually compiled by scientists, the World Energy Outlook 2020.
Can we have order? Let the speaker finish what he said. We have an opportunity.
The World Energy Outlook in 2020.
If members want to raise, hold on, remember. If members want to raise a point of order, they must raise their hands, and we will recognize them. Otherwise, let's give the speaker a chance to complete what he said. It's his opinion, after all. You have the matter to raise?
Yes,
yes, remember.
We are not coal fundamentalists. We believe in coal because it's a resource of the country that is in trillions. We have tons and IPP.
Chairperson, I will be reclaiming my time. The IEA World Energy
Honorable member, we have noted what you are saying.
We are members of parliament and asking questions.
Okay, thank you, honorable member. We have noted what you are saying. But members, when we really raise point of orders, let it be a real point of order. But we do discourage members from labeling one another. Let us not label each other in the house. Continue, honorable member.
The International Energy Agency in their World Energy Outlook in 2020, they've released subsequent reports. Every single year, solar PV and wind get cheaper. It's the cheapest energy source on Earth, okay, in combination with battery. And that's the critical component that makes it all work. So when you keep talking about you need coal base load, that's not true, actually. So long as you've got lots of storage, it all works. What is true, though, is we need to have a just energy transition, and we need to just transition away from coal in an orderly manner that allows us to preserve life on Earth. The Paris Agreement is not the enemy of South Africa or the states or our energy system.
Order in the House, please. Yes. Members are allowed to raise questions of clarity, and also make comments. You are free. Over to you.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Director, in terms of the Just Energy Transition Partnership and all of the agreements that might have been concurred there because they aren't fully in the public domain, is any of that incorporated into this plan or the recovery plan that you've indicated? And if not, what would the impact of that be on the plan? And then finally, I just wanted to say, I mean, there's been a lot of assertions about nuclear. And it's actually quite concerning because what we need an immediate...
What's the point of order, remember?
I think this session is for members to ask questions, not for members to respond to questions that are supposed to be responded to by the board and the executive. We are not lobbying each other here for nuclear or renewables. Let's focus on what we are here for.
Honorable member, your point of order is noted, but quite honestly, members of parliament are allowed to ask questions and even to make comments. Can we please be patient and be tolerant, honorable members? Yes. As you conclude, honorable.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say,
What's the point of privilege?
Sorry, Chair. I don't have intention to disrespect, but I wanted to ask the member, who's the member? We don't know him. The name, is he a new member? And at the same time, I'm afraid I don't want to call him a marketing manager. But Chair, can you tell us his name?
Okay, I'll ask him to introduce himself at the end of his
So just with regards to nuclear, you know, the crisis we face with energy in this country is immediate. I mean, we need to solve this in the next 12 to 24 months, or at least arrest the worst case scenario. Otherwise, we are really in the worst possible condition possible. Now, we're talking about nuclear. Now, the nuclear build time, and this is fact, is between 12 to 16 years. With the ANC, probably will not be completed, much like the big thermal coal power plants. We're still waiting to be completed. That's a fact. I'm not making it up. That's in my opinion. That's fact. So good luck trying to disprove it. But I am really concerned because there are connotations of all of this emphasis on nuclear, when I know for a fact that there's been an itch to ink a Russian nuclear deal, and knowing that in 9 Lower Berg Street, just down the road here, Rosatom, the Russian nuclear energy operator, which is a state-controlled entity of the Russian government, wants to now ink the deal here. So I just would like to, for the benefit of this committee, I would just like to, for the benefit of this
committee, can you maintain order in the committee meeting, please?
Please, Mr. Durator, could you please, in your educated and enlightened understanding of the energy systems of the world, please explain how long would it actually take for South Africa to deploy a nuclear build, and would it actually be a viable solution to this problem? Because it doesn't seem like it would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable member, can you just please introduce yourself, because I believe you are an alternative member.
Yes, I am with the Democratic Alliance, so my name is Travis the Rock.
Which committee do you serve in? Which committee do you represent?
I sit on mineral resources and energy.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Thank you, honourable members. We will now give over to Honourable Comedian as the last member who will ask questions. Over to you, Honourable Comedian.
No.
You still have another hand?
No.
Okay. Honourable Comedian, you are number 16. I've noted you, Honourable member.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity and good afternoon to all of you. Chair, my first question that I would like to ask is, the President has made a plea that the 18.6 be not implemented. May we perhaps be given perhaps progress on that matter? The second question is, what is the progress made on engaging the new CEO, since I don't know whether the current or perhaps the presiding one is in fact resigning? Chair, it will be necessary that we give credit where it is due. I want to commend your leadership. The decision you took at our last meeting, when you said, let's adjourn the meeting. Today we are reaping fruits for that. All of us, we are sober. We are asking questions that are pertinent, penetrating. In fact, I'm not suggesting that we were intoxicated, no. But all what I'm trying to say is there were too many things that provoked the situation at the time. If the meeting continued, it in fact could have been, it would have collapsed. In as much as the meeting did not collapse, it was in fact adjourned because two members, critical members, were not present or left the meeting. So as a result, your, in fact, good mindset helped us today. Chair, there is one thing I wish to recommend among us, all of us, that in fact, may we go for a community outreach. I'm saying that, Chair, because there is quite a lot of sensitive things. Even in the presentation itself, there is meat that you can get out of it. The questions that we've asked are very much relevant. One would in fact expect that the chair and his team will in fact put all these numbers, all these questions, and assess them. What can we achieve if those questions are in fact turned into implementation check? One other thing that the CEO mentioned, it's the reduction by 2 levels. What unfortunately has not been said is from which level we could be coming from level 10 going down to 8, or we could be coming from level 4 or down to 2. So if that could be explained, that would be better. And you mentioned as well the emission requirements. My worry I have at the time when such decisions were taken at I don't know whether it's COP17 or whatever. It's such crisis we are facing today was not there. I think the community takes precedence in the sense that when we have whether we call it a disaster, then the community comes first. Whether we disregard or we do something to say let's not prioritize the emissions, so that will be a good thing for us then to do and prioritize the community that is expecting some feedback from us. There is as well, I'm not sure, the 6 power stations that in fact are to be repaired. I'm not sure whether the capacity is part of 2.9 that we have mentioned, or they are in fact giving us an additional capacity to that 2.9 we have mentioned. One would be interested then to know how much capacity can we extract from the 6 power stations. I want to believe, Chair, as well, that the principles of problem solving, they tell us that usually you always plan for a fallback position. You assess all the possible options. When it's tough, or perhaps the things don't come into effect, you always go for a fallback position. I'll be interested that out of all perhaps the plan that you have, if it happens that it's not working for any other reasons, government is not coming to the party, we are not getting perhaps the assistance that you may be expecting, what is your, in fact, the fallback position? But be that as it may, I will also be interested to some other points that have been put forward by members. That in your assessment and the expectations, when is it likely that we may say we eradicate load shedding? I'll be expecting as well that if conditions are like this, we may be at this stage. Getting all what we are looking for, we may get to the whatever stage that may be. If we get half of what we would have required, then we get to a certain stage. Because if I can tell you, perhaps most of the members of community are expecting that today we may come up with answers. Hence the idea of community outreach. So if we can get that kind of a feedback for us, members of the community, we are members of the community as well, apart from the fact that we are MPs. The effect of load shedding, it is as well killing us as members of Parliament. Yes, Chair, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We will now have the Honourable Member allocated number 17. Over to you, Member.
Chair, Honorable Gumeda says I must pass a message that says that the numbers have been what?
Don't worry about that, Honorable.
Yeah, no,
Just carry on.
but there's something that he said that I thought on a lighter note. But nonetheless, Chair, let me welcome the presentation. And I think this presentation, in all fairness, this one presentation I'll say I've appreciated from this. Because this one presentation for me has been able to go to details that we've been looking for and we've been missing this information. And it brings me to the point that said, had we been, and I don't want to say it's us as MPs, Honorable Board Member, that we've been given this information, and all the time, timelessly we've been interacting with Eskom, we've been asking, what is the problem? Have we diagnosed the problem? What is the solution? We were given the 3 stages of unbundling. And I'll ask you a simple question. How far has that plan have taken us when load shedding now? Because that's the plan that we've been given over time since we started this function of doing an oversight. And for me, it is something that you need to know from your side. Because we've been complaining that give us proper information, tell us what's happening. It's only at the point of a crisis that we are told about saboteurs, sabotages, and so forth, and corruption. Now, you know, when colleagues and we make statements, we must be ready that we will receive a response. You know, when there's a statement that says 2017 and 18, there was a good committee, a public enterprise committee underwent a process, as in where you got the Zondo Commission that did an inquiry. And truthfully so, and that report went to Parliament and all parties adopted that report anonymously. Now, the question that we need to ask ourselves, if you are saying that was so successful and the truth of the matter is that there was Guptas, there was corruption, what is happening now? Where are we in this in the 6th administration now? We're about to close. How come we're finding out there's people who are stealing, there's corruption that is perpetual, that is participating, that is going on with this administration? Yes, you can might as well say that yes, it was ANC members. No, and we won't say no. We are the government. However, honorable members, there are official tasks with responsibility of running the entity and utility. So that is something that we also need to ask ourselves, because when we shift the blame and we keep on pointing fingers, we need to ask ourselves a question, where were we the whole 4 years, ourselves as members of parliament, who's supposed to conduct this oversight? And another question becomes, has there been another capture while we're in this office, including ourselves? That's what you need to ask yourself, and this is where the problem we are. That brings me to what I want to speak to Chair in terms of proposing solutions. Now, I want to propose, as this committee, we've been entrusted with the responsibility to conduct oversight. Now, the Constitution employs us that we need to, we need to probe, we need to examine, we need to do investigation ourselves as members of Parliament and continue that work. And that's what I'm proposing to ourselves, that in this load shedding debacle that we're having, we need to do that as a matter of agency. And I support what Honorable Gumeda is saying, that, and he put it to say, let's have public engagement. It means we need to go to the people. And we're not going to go to the people alone, because we must go with Eskom to explain this mess that has been happening, that we've not been made out of. So I am supporting that, to say, let's go back to the people, which brings me to the question, Mr. Director, that says that, do we think, in all honesty, when we introduced the just energy transition, did we take the public and people along? Meaning the professionals of the industry, captains of industry, society as a whole, multi-stakeholders, be it union, be it labor, be it normal public people. Because ordinarily, when we speak about an energy crisis in the country, we need to take the whole country with us. We're having this confusion is because we have not done what we needed to do. And I think that is something that we ought to be doing, and we must do it as a matter of agency. Now, let me speak to your plan that you introduced in one of the media. You said you're going to take about 2 years to resolve this net.
Now, I just want to be short about that part. You see, when we started doing oversight here, you wanted 3 years. Now you want another 2 years. Now it's going to be 2025 according to the presentation. The question to what end? The question that you need to respond to is exactly, can we get the plan, a clear strategic plan that is required on how the minimum of 10 gigawatts of energy will be delivered by the start of 2025 to once and for all end this rolling blackouts. The National Treasury, I want to propose that you needs to look into, must take over between 1/3 and 2/3 of Eskom debt, that's freeing up Eskom to allocate more funds to maintenance. The clear strategic plan is required on the minimum of, I've spoken about it. Now, the matter about the strong multi-stakeholder just energy transition team is required specifically from Mpumalanga. It must demonstrate how the just transition will unfold in ways that it will not threaten the livelihoods of workers and communities that depend on that coal. We need a clear plan regarding this $8.5 billion US committed by the US and European countries that will be accrued, that will be assessed only on terms that suit South Africa, with the bulk of the loan. Funds used to upgrade and extend the grid and the grant funds to support this just transition in Mpumalanga. So it must be very clear. The Eskom board and management, you need to focus on improving efficiency of existing coal-fired power plants and raising the average energy availability to current up to 50% over the next 2 years, like you said, to 75%, and provide South Africans in understandable language plan for how this will be achieved. South Africans, public and private financial institutions must be mobilized. I cannot overemphasize that. Coming to my other friend next to me who speaks about US professionals and so forth. We've got professors here that told us, like Professor Maxwell, who told us in 2 years, if you don't do anything, we're going to be in this mess. How are you utilizing them? We are very easily to go outside the US and so forth, and you want to deal with the issue of Russian deal. We know they are here, they want to do something. If you want to look into business and you are busy being business of IPPs where you are seated, we want a solution for this country, and a solution must be found, and it must be found with a matter of agency. But politicizing this matter, for me, it's really a serious problem, because the country needs us right now to give solutions. The last point, the security cluster in government must intensify its effort to root out the corrupt elements, Honorable Chairperson, to ensure this matter is brought to what it needs to be. But, Mr. Director and the board chair, we can tell you without any fear of contradiction, the 2 years is a lot for us. We won't be able to wait for 2 years. This country, the economy, can't wait for 2 years. We want this load shedding to be a thing of the past. You promise us stage 2, give us stage 2, not stage 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That was the last member to raise the questions and make the comments. We are going to be giving the opportunity to the board and management to deal with these questions. But I want to hand over now to the Honorable Luzipo to conduct this session of the answers to your questions, honorable members. Honorable Luzipo?
No. Thank you. There's another pilot now. Not the normal one. Honorable members, let's do it like this, so that we save time, productiveness. I'll give the two chairpersons. You see, they've been giving you 3 minutes. I did not give anyone 3 minutes. They gave you 3 minutes. So don't ask me when it's my time. I'll give the chair, Ukiva, the 3 minutes. I'll give the chair, Elvis, 3 minutes. After that, with the powers vested in me, I will decide what is the next step to do. Can I give you Babunki?
No, thank you very much. I think in the main I'm covered. We've got all the members that we answering the question as to are we going to be able to deal with the issue of the emergency power so that we keep the lights on and have our economy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to also recapture some of the issues that have already been raised. I'm sorry, but that's because I want specific responses from the executive, including the board. To me, this issue of the unions vis-a-vis the executive is crucial because unions represent your workforce. If you were the workforce that is hostile to your own agenda to resolve the crisis, even that 2 year, which I think is more than long, will be a pipe dream. Now, my point is that unions have claimed that currently there is no relationship whatsoever between the collective labor and the executive, including the board. They say all of you coming in and out, including the shareholder, everybody, but they never had that kind of an interaction about the problem. The fact that they claim that there is some autocratic and reign of terror at Eskom, with no freedom of speech, no access to information except instructions. And they think that they are used like tools, not as labor, as people who are not thinking. That's what they say. They say power stations are just closed with no explanation. Power station managers are being chopped and changed at any time with no explanation, no reason given to them. Workers are instructed to just switch off electricity with no reason, and in most cases they claim that these instructions are coming from people who don't even have a clue about the material realities in that particular power station, and they don't understand where they got the information. Hence, they claim that there is a very low morale among them as workers at Eskom. They pick up the COO, whom they regarded as whom is regarded as the main dictator, whose word is final and known to be intolerable toward black managers and employees. And I think on this one, they were very, very, very agitated with his way of operating. Now, e.g., they make a very simple example of one power station. I just forgot, I think members will remember, this particular power station, which this particular manager took it with only 2 units on a chairperson operating. And within a short space of time, the same power station, all units were, 6 of those units were operational. But according to them, the CEO took that manager out of that power station. They say he was given some quasi-promotion. That doesn't give him the same power here in terms of being able to be accessible to that power station. To the extent that that power station, according to them, is operating with 2. Again, back to that old situation. I think to us as the people who are doing oversight, those are serious concerns that we would love to get from your side. What kind of management or administration of an entity is that? When, as a person who's from teaching, I'm just imagining a teacher teaching maths and having all A's, and then you take that teacher out, you don't even make him an HOD, or you make him somewhere else, and the school going back, and he cannot be in a position to have that particular school, and the school go back to their old poor saying those are the issues that I think in your response I would love to hear the executive explain. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, let me start here. Chair of Eskom, I always tell people that when anyone comes, there are two things that are possible and expected. One is to come out of the meeting much more wiser. At times you want to say all the good and nice things, and only to find out you deprive yourself of what you complain. Let me start here. You bear with me. I was taught that just be straight to the point. First question that I just had with my time that I'm marking. There is an issue that is assumed that has led us to where we are. The state of the power utility, Eskom. Can I ask a straightforward question? Thanks for the presentation. Even if I disagree with it, at least it gives me now a basis to ask this question. When I read that report, it says, Eskom, according to what I read, Eskom has reached an irredeemable stage that it cannot be turned around. Will I be correct if I draw that conclusion? Because if the report talks about other metals, which is alternative sources of energy, it actually says what you are carrying here now is that's something that can no longer, if it was a car, we would say it's a write-off. Go and answer. I want that question so that it can be clear everyone. Two, is it a correct margin? I don't want to use the word please. How did you arrive at your target of 75% energy availability factors? Why didn't you go to 100? Or why didn't you go even beyond 100 for surplus purposes? Because there are three areas that you have to take into consideration if you do that. There is what we call unplanned, there is planned, and there will be other capabilities, which is unplanned capability loss factors and planned capability factors. If you were to put them here at this 75%, most definitely what you are giving us is far below 75% if you put this as an area of consideration. How did you arrive? Scientifically, how did you arrive? At some point, I may not remember the year, probably 2008 or so, Eskom received a global award as the best because it was at 89% to 90%. Haven't we lowered the bar? That I want to say, I will deal later with this area. Chair, because the ball is in your court. Have you considered, let me make an example. There is a rumor that goes out there, because we must say truth as it is, that Eskom is complaining about Petro SA overcharging them. But it's not you, it's some people who say that's what you are complaining about. For me, I want to put it the other way around. Have you considered to interact with your sister state-owned entities? Let me make an example. Transnet currently is talking about, I hope I'm using the correct word, outsourcing its container terminal. And probably it will affect the pipeline. Have you considered engaging your sister entities like Transnet and what I would call intra-trade, Transnet, to help you on the act of sabotage, to carry your coal instead of the trucks, where at times the trucks, there is a truck that will go this and go past a coal mine. Have you considered engaging Transnet to address part of the acts of sabotage, including the stone? But in addition to that, you also still remember, when the coal goes to Eskom, when the coal goes to Eskom, you find stones, everything is put in there. But when your boss does produce the coal that is extracted, is going to Richards Bay Coal Terminal, there are no stones that will be found at the coal terminal. Have you thought of engaging the Richards Bay Coal Terminal to understand how are they doing that what you are faced with, you are not facing with?
Oh my.
Because my take would be, Chair, there has been no intra-trade. I think one member raised the issue. Have you considered asking Treasury, even with Petro SA, to engage at a reasonable rate of diesel that they can supply you? In the process, if they supply you with that diesel, even that they can give you a credit, but not at the detriment of Eskom, neither at the detriment of Petro SA. Some of your acts of sabotage are, for me, lack of concentration on technology. You've got CSIR, which is one of the best research institutions, but also technology. Have you engaged with them? Have you engaged with the African Exploration, which is also responsible for coal supply as a state-owned mining company? Now, I want to, before very quickly I go to another thing. My main worry, and I'm saying this in COO and the COO with all due respect, and with you, Chair, let's not speak in corridors and you don't know. We have had a very bad experience at some point at Eskom, where the chair became a chairperson of the board and at the same time an acting CEO of the board. I want to put a straight forward. What are the interim measures that are being considered to address a very untenable situation where the CEO is going, the COO is also going? Do you have a second layer that could be able to hold the fort, or we are running towards the experience that we had before? The last two things, I like them because the CEO talks about consequence management. And if again we don't say these things here. One, there is a report that says, one, the problem is Usile or Mudubi. One of these two. In fact, both of them. The point I think Honorable Shamin was raising, that all our coal mines, all our coal power stations, except two, the two were designed through an Australian model. All the others, they've got what we call low-burning coal. Now, if that is not true, and if it is true, is it true an allegation, the allegation that is being made, that the structural design map of Usile is nowhere to be found? If it is possible, which makes it difficult for those engineers, when they are supposed to come and conduct repairs, they don't know the design, how it is. In addition to that, Mr. Albo-Olza, I hope I'm mentioning your name correctly, and I'm not accusing you, you should have a better knowledge. There is an allegation or a statement that says Mr. Albo-Olza was one of the people who were handling management of the construction of these two power stations. Now they say there was one chimney as a cost-saving mechanism. One chimney that connects 3 units. Which means if that chimney is faulty, the other rest of the 2 units themselves collapse. Is that true? And if it is true, don't we think now this is a resource wasted of the two? Because the reason is saying it was because there was a cost saving. Linked to this on the acts of sabotage. And I'm going to raise even sensitive things so that we don't talk in corridors. I haven't heard here, I hear all the cases. There is an article about a Swedish company, it's ABB, that is subject to investigation, including by the NPA or whatever in South Africa, that has made a concession of paying $315 million. And they say that company had been paying bribes to one of the senior officials of Eskom. Is that true? And if it is true, have you taken steps to investigate that official? Is that official still in the employ of Eskom? And what steps, besides the cooperation of the South African government, what steps as an entity have you taken? The last two things that I want to say, I must apologize, Mr. Gerader. I must say this, I know it's sensitive, but again, it is important that we get clarity when we are here. In the presentation, when we were in Coupé, which is not here, was that there is someone who is running away because there is a plot to kill that person in the absence of a better word. And that person now requires to have bodyguards. Is that still thing stands? Two, there is a rumor, I want to say it's a rumor, that says the CEO of Eskom, and you don't need details, was poisoned. Is that true? If it is true, has there a case that has been opened? Is there an individual that has been held responsible for that action? Will it, somebody might assume and say, you might have reached a stage to say, if there's so much threat to my life, I would rather pack my things and leave. We don't want to draw that assumption. But I think it will help if we can clarify some of these issues, which to me borders exactly to what you said. You want to improve on consequence management. That's the action that has to be taken with regards to consequence management. Like I said, if it is so sensitive, unfortunately here, it is reasonable assumed we are all under oath. Now,
sorry, Chair, a point of order. There's nothing of anyone being, sorry, can I be recognized first before I speak?
The problem is that you started by speaking before I could record.
My apologies, but
let me hear your point of order.
No, I do appreciate that information given should not mislead Parliament, but there's no question of anyone being under oath. That is a separate process. We did that in the Eskom inquiry where a person is sworn, and if you then mislead, you are then found, you can be charged with perjury.
Honorable member, let's not go there. I said it can be reasonable assumed.
No, but that's not correct.
No.
No one under oath.
An assumption is not correct. You are correct. An assumption is not correct. It doesn't mean when you make an assumption you are correct.
It is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I give Eskom?
Sorry, Chair, on a separate issue, may I suggest we have a short break?
Wait, I'm chairing.
Interfering.
Wait, another member. No, you don't do that when I chair. Can I give Eskom Malinga? No. Oh, sorry, Honorable Malinga? No. Let me give Eskom to respond. In the meantime, let's take a 5-minute stretch break so that we can focus. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you are excused.
Hey, Machit, the piece in his charger. So the guy,
I'm just going to address a few of the questions from a board perspective and just perhaps more as a matter of principle. And then invite the group CEO and the COO to also address a handful. And then, with your indulgence, request that we then be afforded the opportunity to really go through quite a number of these questions and respond. Some of the questions, as I was listening, Chair, may well have been missed in the details of the presentation, and perhaps we can, in our responses, also point to those areas. There was a common theme, Chair, of question raised to the board around what is it that really can be done, what else can be done to end load shedding. As we've been responding to this question in various forums that we've been engaging with a whole host of stakeholders, there are those matters that are within Eskom's control. And there are those matters, quite a lot of these matters, that are outside of Eskom's control. The turnaround plan that the board approved on the basis of addressing those that are within Eskom's control, but equally engaging our shareholder and other key decision makers on those matters that are outside of Eskom's control. And so the National Energy Crisis Committee has become quite a useful forum in that regard. In terms of, for instance, questions that were raised around COPTA, around SALGA, around SABC, around intelligence. A good number of these are dealt with better. Because NICOM has actually now become an interministerial committee. And there's this concept that is now being applied called action labs, where in most sittings, people who have decision authority sit in the meeting, and every meeting comes out with those decision makers being compelled to make decisions. And from where we sit as a board, we believe that we've been making huge progress in that context. But Chair and your co-chairs and members of the House, I guess the House collectively in terms of the three committees represented here, there's two low-hanging fruits that are outside of us that we all perhaps should put hands together to try and leverage. The first one is demand-side management. You may or may not recall, but in the build-up to the FIFA World Cup, the then President, Honorable Khalid led us through an initiative that we called 49M. At the time, around 2009-10, our population was 49 million people. And we created a platform where we ran through the entire country and mobilized South Africans to save energy through 49M. I'm going to say what I'm about to say with the deepest of respect. For instance, if you look at this very house and many other rooms in these august corridors, the lighting we see has deviated from that demand-side management. So a lot of public buildings, a lot of private buildings, malls, use bulbs that are not energy efficient or lighting that is not energy efficient. And so it would help all of us if we went, for instance, if we look back to 49M, demand-side management alone in a decade plus ago saved us an equivalent of 2,000 to 3,000 megawatts. That's 3 stages of load. So if we went again today collectively in our different spheres of influence and we drove demand-side management very hard, we will find that we'll be able to save lots of energy and therefore reduce a significant number of the load shedding. The country Vietnam, which in my book is a country worth studying from, I've certainly been following them quite extensively, given the makeup of the country in terms of the poor versus perhaps quality of thinking of the leadership in that society.
provide us a good case study of the power of rooftop solar, especially in public buildings. If we look at corporate headquarters, if we look in the CBD, there's a lot of corporations here that have got headquarters. Together with public buildings, rooftop solar can also add huge, huge potential. So within NICOM, efforts are being looked at to look at how this can be achieved, and it is our understanding that in the very near future, announcements will be made in this regard, including the opportunity of a feed-in tariff that will ensure that any business, any household, any building that has rooftop solar can actually on-sell their surplus to the grid and recover those costs. Secondly, Chair, still on that topic, in Eskom we've done a pilot not far from the Brandfort area in the Free State, where we put together a pilot of what we call a power station in a box, where we leverage the microgrid, and you can power up to 50 homes with that micro, sort of, it's a container, the containerized power station. And so we believe that it is made in Eskom, it's a South African innovation. We believe that that is an example of how, again, we can roll it out quite en masse at 2 million rand a box. We can actually insulate a lot of our communities from load shedding. In that community, there's no load shedding, and that community protects that container, as it was called, because for them, it has shown that what is possible. We, in terms of the NESA tariff, I think it might be useful, and I'm saying what I'm about to say with the deepest of respect. It might be useful for us perhaps to come back to this House or to the joint sitting of the committees again, just with a refresher on how Eskom makes its revenue in terms of the multi-year price determinations. Because chairpersons and honorable members, Eskom doesn't have an option, but every multi-year cycle it has to submit a tariff application, because that's how it makes revenue. And so what the President said to us in the various engagements we had, and this was also repeated in one or two public forums, he said, I asked Eskom to look at how they can ease the impact. So easing the impact means we should look, use the words, there are things we can delay so that we ease the impact. We did not receive an instruction from the President to not implement the tariff. Because quite honestly, if we don't, come budget speech day, the Minister of Finance will actually have no basis to give us any revenue, because we would have actually be found derelict of implementing a decision that's important to the revenue of the organization. So we have prepared quite a number of documents, a submission that will be submitted to the President in his capacity as Chair of NICOM, as well as to the shareholder of DPE, as well as to National Treasury, to look at exactly how we can firstly insulate the indigent and those in our society that are among the poorest of the poor, to look at how we minimize the impact, and to also look at how we can go about implementing it in a way that it is not already adding salt to injury to an already harmed economy. Chairs and honorable members, anything we do with the World Bank, with the African Development Bank, or any of the sovereign funds that we deal with, and that's really the words to underline. All these funders are sovereign funds. There is no single individual, even myself, that can go and meet the World Bank, African Development Bank, and many of these and sign something unilaterally on their own. Treasury has to supervise. And ultimately the delegation of authority would require board approval. So rest assured, the Group CEO meeting funds and investors with the best will in the world. There's nothing he can pocket. There's nothing he can achieve personally for himself in those meetings, because these are multilateral institutions that only deal with treasury approval and government approval. So I would like to appeal that we see this matter in that context. Chairpersons and honorable members, Mr. Andre de Ruyter was not dismissed. Mr. Andre de Ruyter resigned. Every employment contract has got a notice period. He's serving his notice period. If he had been dismissed for all manner of bad things, perhaps, we would be speaking a different language today. When you're dismissed, you are let go immediately. But when you resign, you do serve your notice. And we've entered into these discussions with the shareholder before we accepted the resignation. And so we're doing everything we're doing within the MOI of the company and within his employment contract to ensure that he serves notice. Chair, in terms of the search for the group CEO, let me start with the pertinent question that you have asked, Chair Nisu. I have no ambitions, Chair, to be acting CEO of Eskom. Absolutely none. I have no appetite for that position. My hands are already full with my own business interest. I don't have the time or the appetite. So let it rest that there will not happen to me, at least as long as I'm entrusted as chair of Eskom, that I'll be chair and acting CEO at any time soon. Let me now address the matter of the Chief Operating Officer role. In the history of Eskom, Eskom has never really had a Chief Operating Officer. And remember, this is my second stint in this organization. I was privileged to be in the first board. It's called the first board because until 2002, Eskom was a council. The government of South Africa decided in 2002 to commercialize Eskom. So for those first 9 years of that first board, I've been part of Eskom. We never had the role of Chief Operating Officer. The role of Chief Operating Officer occurred in the process of the multiple CEOs that we had, where one of the incumbents, together with the then chair, felt that they needed someone with operational experience because they felt they didn't have the in-depth understanding of Eskom. And they thought perhaps having someone called COO would help them with that in-depth understanding. The board is very clear that if we have a government decision, which is my understanding from my brief when I assumed office, there's a government decision that has already been made, that we're going to have revert to 3 entities that form Eskom Holdings. Because remember, that's what this SOC is called, it's holdings. It's got a division called transmission, it's got a division called generation, it's got a division called distribution. And 90% of the problems that honorable members have raised, for them to be resolved, they require this separation to occur. Because for us to add more power onto the grid, we need a semi-independent or perhaps even a fully independent transmission subsidiary, so that other players can by knowing that Eskom is not player and referee at the same time. So that decision is a government decision that has been made, and Eskom is expected to implement it. So as we implement this decision, clearly, you're going to have a divisional chief executive responsible for generations, a divisional chief executive responsible for distribution, and a divisional chief executive responsible for transmission. This is actually how Eskom used to be run, those of you who've been elected to Eskom over the years. The Eskom of Tulang Tabashe, as CEO at the time, that's how it was structured. Eskom used to be structured like that until more or less when Brian Damas was chief executive, and a little bit more or less until when Mr. Brian Milleto was chief executive, and things changed there. So we're reverting to the original structure of Eskom in line with Eskom's original concept of being 3 areas of energy integrated in one. And so with that, then it de facto means that as our incumbent chief operating officer retires in April, there's no need to continue with that role because it will become redundant because we'll be reverting to the 3 divisional structures. And so you will need a group chief executive that holds the group together. You will need a chief finance officer that holds the group together. And therefore, we believe as a board that is where we're headed. Let me address the matter of 75% energy availability target. You are correct, Chair. In 2001, Eskom was defined as the power utility of the year. But slight correction, at that time, our energy availability factor was 87%. It was 1% higher than the global benchmark. So anywhere in the world, a utility is deemed to be fully operational if your energy availability factor is 86.5%. You can never run a utility at 100%, never. Because you'll always have outages, you'll always have units that have to be serviced. So whether you're in France, whether you're in Germany, whether you're in Russia, whether you're ever in the world, the global gold key standard is 86.5% energy availability. In July last year, the president of our country, when he announced the National Energy Crisis Committee, it was the president who set the target of 75%. Because then at 75%, we would be as close to normalcy as possible. And so what we're saying is that 75% we will be able to attain beyond 25 March 2025. And the reason, honorable members, we are linking our energy availability factor milestones to each financial year is nothing but the fact that it is all linked back to the debt, it is all linked back to affordability year on year. And remember though, it is also regulated by NESA. Literally, NESA determines how much you can buy a pencil for. When we submit our multi-year price determination reports to the regulator, literally, it's a line by line accountability in terms of, we said you must apply the money this way, you must spend this for maintenance, you must spend this for the other, this for the other. And so we have a duty by law to go back and account in that regulated framework. So I hope that these two matters clarify those challenges. I would want to enter into the realm of Eskom and Petro SA, but I think the simplest, honest answer here, it is outside of Eskom in terms of how Petro SA charges for fuel to Eskom. But safe to say that the key principles that are involved with Eskom and with Minerals and Energy and with National Treasury did meet. And also safe to say that under the auspices of the NECOM, a funding model was concluded more than 2-3 weeks ago. And so in my book, this matter is done and dusted. A funding model is secured. We know when and how to purchase fuel from Petro SA. Our own investment and finance committee worked out a model in terms of how we juggle with the various financial priorities within our already constrained income statement and balance sheet to make sure that we have a proper procurement program for diesel. So as far as I'm aware, this matter is behind us. Is Eskom at an irredeemable stage beyond turnaround? Chair, I'm happy that from the limited understanding I have, in this robust Q&A, often the cameras are off. I hope they're still off. The reason I'm hoping they're still off is I would like to appeal to all of us, honorable members, really a deep appeal from my heart on behalf of 40,000+ employees at Eskom. Please put yourself in their shoes. Walk in their shoes. Every time you make all these harsh comments, they are listening. And perhaps there might just be the unintended consequence. There might just be the unintended consequence that we may unintentionally demoralize further an already bruised group of employees. It's a deep appeal that I wish to make on behalf of the average employee. You know, if every time you switch on television, every time you watch the news, you hear how bad and poorly capable you are, guess what? That's what we're drumming into them. Let's try and change our narrative. Let's boost them. Let's pick them up. Honestly, let's walk in their shoes. Let's walk in their their children's shoes. They're being bullied at their schools. Let's walk into their families' shoes. These are men and women who have families. Let's please be a little bit more empathetic sometimes. That's my opinion. Lastly, Chair, on the CEO search. We have started the announcement in terms of the advertisements. And the PFMA requires them to follow a certain process in terms of public adverts. We are going to follow that process. We then also, in terms of our own HR policies, have to do an internal process in terms of internal adverts, so that if there's anybody in Eskom that wants to raise their hand and be part of that search process, they can do so. Thirdly, we then have to, in line with best practice, global best practice, look whether elsewhere in the world there may be South Africans. You never know, there may be a South African running a utility somewhere, I don't know, in Guatemala or in Mexico or wherever, that may just be keen to come back home. You may not know about it. But the best thing you can do for an organization, as we've all been saying, you want to restore it to the best global standards. Let's go and find the best South African out there, wherever in the world we might be. Because if we limit ourselves to the networks we know, chances are we'll perpetuate recruiting and appointing the same people that know the next person and not the next person. So we want to run a transparent, really comprehensive search. And as we speak, our Human Capital Committee is looking internally to look at what internal acting arrangements there might be in the event that come the end of it, and we are far from identifying a potential successor. So we want to assure you that between now and March, every time we encounter each other in various forms of oversight and engagements, we will always have an update ready to share with you. But we intend to run an open, transparent process so that, as some of you have mitigated, this is almost like the last window we have to really fix this organization properly. And so we want to do that properly as we search for the members. There's a matter that Honourable Member raised around members of the board and whether they serve in multiple boards or not. So in Eskom and in DPE, there is no policy around how many boards you can serve on or not serve on when you're a member of the SOC. But for instance, where I'm about to retire in the banking sector, the Reserve Bank has got a rule that is called 4+1. So you're deemed to be accurately or adequately boarded, that's the word they use, if you serve on the board of the bank and 4 other institutions, then you're deemed to be within. So a good number of colleagues that I know are more or less in that category. But honestly, honourable members, if you look at a fact that in 110 days since assuming office, this board met more than 50 times, which means every other day there's been a meeting. Now, if you've got people who are not diligent, that would not happen. If people are not diligent, a lot of things that we found that were hanging would not have been accomplished, including the audited financial statements that we released on Christmas Eve. Now, which board works on Christmas Eve if they're not committed to their country and to their utility? So I want to assure you, honourable members, that we, in spite of everything else we might be involved with, we place Eskom first. And so, Chair, those are the questions I thought on behalf of the board I should address. And perhaps Mr. Director can, together with Mr. Overholzer, look at whether there are any key questions that can be addressed urgently from an executive management point of view. Then I would suggest that perhaps, Chair, with your permission and this House permission, that we may have to defer to responding later and writing to any questions that may be material and perhaps not adequately addressed. And with that, I thank you, Chair, and with your permission, if you allow me, I'd like to hand over to let me hand over to you, Andre, and you can then decide which ones you deal with and which ones you hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairs. So the estimate for our diesel consumption, I think the Chair of the Board has addressed the matter of liquidity. Depending on the degree of unreliability of our plant, we are working on about 4 to 5 billion for February and a similar amount for March. So these are big numbers. With regard to the 57 billion owed to us by municipalities, we have extensively engaged with COGTA, we have extensively engaged with National Treasury, with the Department of Public Enterprises, with SELGA, with all of the entities that can possibly have a bearing on the outstanding municipal debt. In fact, up until recently, until it was superseded by the National Electricity Crisis Committee, there was a presidential task team that was chaired by the Deputy President that paid specific attention to the matter of outstanding municipal debt. Regrettably, that task team was unable to make any progress on the matter in spite of the Deputy President himself going twice in person to Maluti Abufong. That municipality still declined to engage in an agreement with Eskom to resolve the matter. So this is an indication of the lack of willingness to cooperate, to put it mildly. The 57 billion excludes interest, so that is only the principal. If we include interest, the interest amount accumulated is 10,921 million rand. So that needs to be added to the outstanding amount. So the debt that we quote is only for the principal. When we talk about the cost of power imports, bearing in mind that we also have to pay a transmission tariff from the country concerned to our country, that varies depending on the time of day between R1.50 and R1.70 per kilowatt hour. Bearing in mind that we use it to offset the production of electricity using diesel, which of course costs around about R4.50 depending on the price of diesel per kilowatt hour. So it is still cheaper to import. The prices at which we export have a price target of margin of 15% net operating profit after tax. So we definitely do not sell to any foreign utility at a loss. We do make good money on that. And in fact, in the case of Namibia that was mentioned, we significantly increased the price that they pay when the contract came up for renegotiation. So we do make money on those sales. We have curtailed our sales to our foreign customers. Of course, again, we have contracts in place, but all non-firm exports of electricity have been cancelled for now. The debt that is due to us from EDM, the Mozambican power utility, is 894 million rand. The Mozambicans dispute an amount of 350 of that, and we are engaged in dispute resolution proceedings with that utility to see how to resolve the matter. It is unfortunately not contractually possible for us to offset what we owe on Cahora Bassa against the outstanding debt due to us from EDM. If we stop paying EDM for Cahora Bassa, the risk exists that they will suspend delivery, and that, of course, will be a much worse outcome. The statement was made that no salary increase was given for over a decade. I think that's not substantiated by the facts. The bargaining unit has received a salary increase every year without fail. It is management that has not received an increase for 4 years, and with the exception of the executive committee, we recently were able to obtain approval to award an increase. Just in terms of the frequency of engagements with labour, We have a quarterly strategic forum, which is attended by senior Eskom and union leadership. We have a monthly central consultative forum. We have a monthly restructuring consultative forum. We have an annual central bargaining forum, which is really aimed at wage negotiations. And then there are meetings at a divisional and a business unit level, each on a monthly basis. So there are regular and wide-ranging engagements with organised labour on a very formalised basis. So that's the reality of the situation. If I can talk about the cost of IPPs, and also relate that to the latest costs of various forms of electricity generation, because I think that is quite important to discuss. First of all, the initial bid round that was issued, as I said, was very expensive. That came in at 4,552 Rand per megawatt hour. Since then, however, prices have come down very substantially. So much so that for bid window 5, for PV, photovoltaic, solar power, the cost was 492 Rand, so just over a tenth of the cost of bid window 1. And for wind, it was 431 Rand per megawatt hour, so much, much lower than our own cost of generation, and also much lower than the results for bid window 1. But unfortunately, those bid window 1 contracts are signed. We have to abide by them, and we have to see them run their course. Bearing in mind that, of course, there's still about 11 or so years left to run on, and we can't renege on those contracts. So if we then move to the cost of alternative forms of generation, and I'm just flipping here between various devices, there is a US bank called Lazards. They publish an annual study comparing the levelized cost of electricity. Now, levelized cost of electricity simply means that it includes the cost of the building the plant in question as well as operating the plant in question. So building a nuclear power plant is very expensive from a capital point of view. Operating it is quite cheap because you've spent all the money up front. And a coal-fired power station is cheaper to build initially, but more expensive to operate because you have to keep on buying coal and so forth. So the numbers that are relevant for solar, and unfortunately these numbers are all in US cents per kilowatt hour, 4.1 US cents per kilowatt hour, and a plant can be built in 18 to 24 months. Wind costs 5.4 US cents per kilowatt hour, and that is consistent, by the way, with the numbers that we saw in bid window 5, so that correlates. And a utility wind farm can be built in 24 to 36 months. A gas plant works out at a levelized cost of electricity of 7.3 US cents per kilowatt hour and can be built in anything between 24 to 60 months, depending on the source of gas, the availability of gas, as well as the various regulatory hoops that one has to jump through. A nuclear plant works out at 19.8 US cents per kilowatt hour. And this is for conventional nuclear. The estimated time to construct a conventional nuclear plant is 12 to 15 years. So if we started to build a nuclear plant today, even if we could find the money, it would take more than a decade before the electricity would come onto the grid. A new coal-fired power station, if one could obtain financing for it, and this is a real constraint, the banks are simply no longer prepared to finance new coal-fired power stations. And if you are upset about that, then I suggest you summon the banks to come and explain that to you. That's not my position, it's their position. The new coal works out at 15.9 US cents per kilowatt hour and would take about 10 to 12 years to build. That is without investing in carbon capture and sequestration, which for a plant like Kusile would add about 40 billion rand. So, Honourable Chair.
Wait, Honourable Nadine. No, you can converse, but it shouldn't be because other members are listening. Now we are stretching our ears both to which side to listen.
So, Honourable Chair, of course the disadvantage of renewable energy is that it is self-dispatching. When the sun shines and the wind blows, so you need to add the cost of storage to it. But generally speaking, even if you add adequate storage cost, then this is both the cheapest and the quickest way of addressing the shortfall in our generation capacity, and hence the lifting of the cap by the President on own and embedded generation, which, with respect, I regard as a very far-sighted move on the part of the President to resolve the energy crisis. I think he deserves more credit for that than he's been getting so far. On the matter of South 32, if I can quickly talk to that, we are unable to disclose the exact amount which South 32 pays for electricity. Safe to say that the number that has been floating around on social media is egregiously wrong. I don't know who the individual is that put that information out there, but it's just plain wrong. A number of, I think, 7 cents per kilowatt hour was quoted. So it's just, it is very, very far from that, and significantly more. South 32, the Hillside smelter, as well as the Moselle smelter, do assist us during constrained periods, so we do interrupt them. We use the residual heat in their pot lines, and we call it in the language of Eskom to throw a pot line, so we stop supply to a pot line, and that adds about 250, 300 megawatts back into the system, which is, of course, during load shedding, extremely important for us to maintain stability on the system. So South 32, we make money on the electricity that we sell them, and they are a vital part of enabling us to maintain stability on the grid. As far as illegal connections are concerned, some of the illegal connections are of course located in municipal areas, and that costs the municipalities a lot of revenue, but that is not a problem that Eskom can solve. That's a problem for the municipalities to resolve. Where we enter areas to address illegal connections, and there are many of them, our staff are sometimes assaulted, they are threatened, they are kidnapped, and we have to go in under armed guard to remove those illegal connections. And that, unfortunately, is the reality that we are faced with. We are, I think, making good progress on skills development, and we need to continue to do that. The suitability of the strategy to switch off old power stations, I think the best analogy to think about that is to look outside in the street and think how many 50-year-old cars are driving around. Not many, because they've reached the end of their mechanical life and they are therefore scrapped. Now, this also applies to our old power stations. When we look at Kumati Unit 9, which was shut down on the 31st of October of last year, we shut it down not because we wanted to. We shut it down because in terms of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, we could no longer lawfully operate the plant because it was no longer safe to do so. So legally, we had to shut down the plant, not because we wanted to, but because it was so old that it was unsafe. So if people want to take risks, that's fine, but from an Eskom management point of view, we certainly don't want to violate the law, and that is something that we feel very strongly about. I think the statement made by the unions that we are deliberately not maintaining stations, that hopefully we've rebutted adequately. Honourable Chair, if there was a procedural matter which I failed to comply with in terms of an oath being administered, then I apologise for that. Maybe next time we can do so. I'm more than happy to do so. I have no insight into SONA. The President does not share confidences with me, and nor does he ask me for input into SONA. So I don't know what he's going to say, and it's not up to me to speculate. Whether or not I was accused of committing perjury, I think is a matter that maybe the Honourable Chair can take up once an oath has in fact been administered. When it comes to a permanent solution, I think it's critical to emphasise that energy planning falls in the domain of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. The department is required to publish an integrated resource plan, which it did in 2019. That plan is now due for an update, and I know the department is working on that, but we cannot, of our own volition, embark on our own energy plan. That's not allowed. Then we stray into the lane of policy making, and we try and usurp the powers of the minister, which we can't do. So from an energy planning perspective, it is the role of DMRE. We can't do that. And similarly, when it comes to tariff determinations, when it comes to awarding Section 34 approvals to build new plants, that is in the domain of the DMRE and NOSA. So we do operate within the confines of a regulatory and policy environment. So therefore, where there are delays from DMRE, for example, bringing IPPs on the grid, again, respectfully, I would request that the committee addresses those questions to the department. Similarly, the 3,000 megawatt gas-fired power plant that Eskom wanted to build in the Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone, we were advised initially that a Section 34 application was to be made. Subsequently, we were advised that we were erroneously informed, and that it was actually a Section 10.2 application that we should have made. But unfortunately, during this runaround, we had 12 months that went by on a project that I think was time critical. Just on the export of coal, so the honourable member regrettably has now departed, but maybe it's useful to just address the matter nonetheless. 20 years ago, when I was a coal salesman, the way that the coal market worked was that the mine would mine coal, and it would beneficiate the coal, it would wash the coal. The best grade was exported. The middlings, the medium quality coal, was used by Eskom or by Sasol, and then the poor quality coal, which was not fit for purpose, that was called discard coal, and that was put on a big dump. Now what's happening now is that the crooks are taking coal from the mines that supply us. They are driving to disused sites that contain discard coal. They're switching our coal with discard coal, and then they are on-selling the discard coal. Do they export this coal? Yes, we believe that they do. And the reason that they do so is that the good export quality coal in South Africa effectively has been mined out. Coal is a wasting resource. It's not magically replenished. And the really good export quality coal is now finished. It's mined out. So now we are exporting coal of a significantly poorer quality, and this is what the thieves are stealing from us and exporting. What are we doing to prevent it? I don't want to say too much about all of the measures that we take to prevent the theft of coal, but really we do need arrests. We do need people to be put behind bars Medupi 4 will come back in September of next year. We have done everything that we can to expedite that. We've engaged, I myself have engaged personally with the chief executive, the global chief executive of General Electric, to see if we could find a generator that was available. We have explored every possible avenue, and we are unable to bring that unit back any sooner. As I've said, it was the chair of the Eskom board has said, National Treasury have made available assistance to us in terms of giving certain assurances to commercial banks that money that we borrowed to buy diesel will be repaid. Just in terms of the money that government departments owe to Eskom, that's actually not a lot in the bigger scheme of things. It's only 13.4 million rand. So government departments are actually not bad payers. I think, thank you for your support. I'm just going through the list here. On the rebate from SARS, that's about 5.9 billion that we are intending to recover. Unfortunately, our engagements with SARS were not successful. There is provision in tax law for an alternative dispute resolution, and we will embark on that, and then eventually hopefully we can get to a point where we can resolve the matter, if not amicably, then through legal avenues. The wholesale license, if we were to get a wholesale license, we would save probably in the order of 45 rand per litre. And if you multiply that across the 150 million litres or so that we buy every month, that will be a lot of money and a lot of savings that will accrue to us. A question was asked whether we are driven in terms of our shutdown schedule by the state of plant or by compliance with the Paris Agreement. It's absolutely 100% the state of plant. It's got nothing to do with the Paris Agreement. That again, is a policy matter which is at an intergovernmental level. Eskom's got no view or input to give on that. The question on the skills gap and whether or not the EE plan is being reviewed. The EE plan is done in compliance with the requirements of the Department of Labour. I have to sign a statement every year that we do comply with that employment equity plan, and our plan is then reviewed by the department. If we are found to be non-compliant, then of course there are legal consequences. Also for me, which is something that I want to avoid.
Just don't resign.
Yes. The question on whether as a person who has resigned I should still be around, I think the board chair addressed that. I can give you the assurance that I am, and I can confirm what the board chair said, I do not sign contracts. That's done by procurement people. I sit on boards where contracts are discussed and approvals are given, but that's in the company of 7, 8, 10 other people who join in the decision based on the delegation of authority that applies to this. I don't sit and sign contracts. That's not what I do, and I cannot individually sign any agreement. So the notion that I would sit there and suddenly enter into agreements on behalf of Eskom simply is not possible. But maybe people are concerned about that, wish that would be an option for the future. I don't know. Now, whether small miners or processors can be supplied by Eskom, this depends on where they are connected to the distribution grid. Connecting to a grid is not optional. You are either an Eskom customer or you are a municipal customer. You can't sit in the middle of a municipal distribution grid and say, I now want to buy from Eskom. That simply is not possible. Similarly, when it comes to changing the different options, that is a responsibility of NERSA, who allocates a distribution license based on the geography. We can't say we want that area and then it's ours. It's a regulatory process that we have to apply with. Why do we focus on Tutuka so much? Tutuka, I think, is a plant with potential. It's one of our younger plants, and it's a plant that should be performing much better, if not for the fact that it has been so poorly maintained and that it's clearly in the grip of some very bad people. The allegation made by the unions, and I quite like this turn of phrase, willy-nilly basis. In engineering, one would use the word stochastic. So the failure modes of plants are stochastic. So they are random. They are, by the definition of unplanned outages, they are unplanned. We cannot predict them. Sometimes we know that there's a known defect, such as a boiler tube leak, and we still carry on operating the plant until the leak becomes so big that we have to take the unit down. But by and large, the failures, the trips, are stochastic. It's a random walk that we have to face. I think I've answered the question on Medupi Unit 4 and when will Medupi be 100% functional. The plant does run very well. The delays in the 2,600 megawatts, that is due to a delay in a Section 34 concurrence from the DMRE, as well as the requirement which NERSA has to have public hearings. So again, NERSA is obligated by their legislation to do certain things, and one can't ride roughshod over those public processes. I can confirm that NERSA is part of discussions at the National Electricity Prices Committee, but obviously one's got to be very careful and respect their independence as a regulator. So you can't sit with NERSA and make a plan. That would compromise their independence. And therefore, they also have to be very careful in how they engage. Nuclear, the Coburg license extension, we are well on our way to replacing the steam generator, the 3 steam generators for Unit 1. That outage is proceeding according to plan. The unit will come back to production by the end of June. There will then be a 2-month pause when we will have both units back online, Unit 1 and Unit 2. And at the beginning of September, we will take Unit 2 off for its outage to do the steam generator replacement and other work required to approach the National Nuclear Regulator to extend the license for a further 20 years. So we are on track. We are engaging with the nuclear regulator, and everything is, all the lights are green. A lot of work that needs to be done, but it's going well. On ABB, the work done at Kusile had nothing to do with the stat, the flues that collapsed. They did the control instrumentation work. So when you go into a power station, there's a control room with lots of screens, and this is where you manage the plant. And this is the work that they've done. They have since repaid to Eskom 1.577 billion rand, which we received on the 23rd of December 2021. It was a good Christmas present, and it was not converted into bonuses for management. I can just give you assurance. And then a further amount was paid to the Department of Justice in the US, 2.2 billion rand. Now, the Department of Justice in the US then gave some of that money to the National Prosecuting Authority, which was their counterparty, and we are now engaged with the NPA with a view to securing some of that money for Eskom. Personally, we completely agree with the view that this is Eskom's money because it was obtained from Eskom under fraudulent objectives. From Trillion owes us about 600 million rand, but Trillion is now insolvent. The little money that remains is also subject to a claim by the South African Revenue Services, and rather than contest the claim that SARS has, we have decided in consultation with our lawyers to let SARS rather fight the fight, reclaim the money from the liquidators of Trillion, and we will step back so that we don't engage in litigation unnecessarily against SARS. Chair, I think the grid capacity, yes, let's talk about the grid capacity. We require an extraordinary investment in grid capacity, about 138 billion rand, which is likely to go up to as much as 174 billion rand in order to provide adequate grid capacity. This is a huge challenge for Eskom to execute these projects. It requires us to exceed our best ever performance in terms of kilometers of line built on a consecutive basis for the next decade. So this is a significant stretch that we have to face. So we are looking at alternative models to ensure that we can execute on this work. We need to connect about 50 gigawatts of new capacity to the grid in the next decade. This is an enormous undertaking, and we will need to have all hands on deck to resolve that as quickly as possible, and we are looking at mechanisms such as build, operate, transfer in order to achieve that. The situation at Kumati has been shut down, but it hasn't been decommissioned. So if you want to decommission a plant, you permanently put it out of operation. And that has not been done. That is likely to cost just about 350 million rand after we have covered the cost or recovered the cost of some of the materials that we can recycle as part of the demolition of certain parts of the plant. I think government is doing a lot at the moment with the National Electricity Crisis Committee to resolve load shedding, so I think we are seeing good progress there, although 2023 is going to be a tough year from a load shedding perspective. Having regard to the fact that Kusile 1, 2 and 3 are out, Kusile 4 is delayed, Kuba will have 1 unit out for most of the year, and Medupi 4 is also off. Sorry, that was Kusile 5. So we have a shortage of generation capacity as we sit here right now due to the collapse of that flue. Now, if I can answer on behalf of the COO when it comes to the question of Kusile and whether there was a cost-saving measure, no, there was no cost-saving measure. Using one concrete windshield, and the concrete windshield is that tall concrete stack that you see, but really what it does is it protects the steel flues inside the windshield from literally the wind blowing it over. So it's just a structural mechanism to protect the flues. And this is common practice. We use it at essentially all of our power plants except the very oldest. So this is not a particular characteristic that is unique to Kusile. It applies to essentially all of our power stations that have been designed after the 1970s. So this is standard practice, nothing odd about that. Right, I think we've dealt with, just as far as the just energy transition is concerned, that is incorporated in the plan. There has been an extraordinary amount of public consultation. The Presidential Climate Commission has been set up for specifically this purpose. It comprises of representatives of business, organized labor, civil society, as well as Eskom, and it regularly. It's got a fully staffed secretariat, and that is the forum at which extensive public consultation takes place. And I believe there's quite a lot of alignment on that. There is an investment plan for the $8.5 billion US. That plan has been submitted to the JET partners, and that plan is currently under consideration. Eskom fortunately features very strongly in that plan. We do make use of local experts. I personally also prefer them because they understand Eskom far better than foreigners, and we really have access to some very smart people that we use. Also inside Eskom, we've got really very, very well qualified individuals. I think the notion that power stations are shut down with no explanation, Chair, we disagree with that. With Kumati, for example, there was extensive consultations with the union, with organized labor, with the community at that plot. In fact, one of the shop stewards at Kumati alleged that he was never consulted, but then when we looked at the attendance register of one of the consultation meetings, his name appeared there. So maybe it was a lapse of memory. But we do consult, and we do consult extensively. We take it very, very seriously. I think we have hopefully addressed the target of 75 versus 100%. It is not possible to run a power station at 100% yearly. That is not going to happen. We do use Transnet to convey coal for us. That's why we improved the Majuba rail loadout station. Coal exports are not contaminated because then the customer at the other side will just reject it. So there's a disincentive to theft, whereas we are a willing, not a willing, but an easier victim of crime. We have a contract to supply coal to us with African Exploration Limited as an SOE, so that there is such a contract in place. And I think, yeah, my final comment with regard to my own poisoning case, the case has been opened. The case number is CAS 111/123, and it's being investigated by the Hawks. So it's it's receiving all the necessary attention, and let's hope we can catch the perpetrator. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've answered most of the questions. If I've left anything out, then we can always revert back to the Secretariat and just make sure that we cover everything else.
So, Honourable Chair and Co-Chairs, what we recommend is that perhaps our parliamentary officer can get in touch with the Secretariat of the Committee with your permission and look at questions that may have fallen through the cracks. That we then, with your permission, be afforded the opportunity to respond to those. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable members, you can switch off the mic here.
Oh, sorry, no problem.
You know, there was an honourable member, Swara, when he was raising something. Now, the chair of Eskom is dribbling me as if he knows what's happening. Honourable member, 7 o'clock, the staff of Parliament has to go, and they need to clear us here. Can I request? There are many questions that, and now I can see that Mr. Direct, the lawyer in him, is talking. He says almost, not that all. He says almost the questions. Can we allow that process? Because even if we were to ask questions now, they will not be able to respond because it will be 7. It's now the time is 10 to 7, 6:50. Can we allow, but there is one issue that I think it's important. Don't worry, Chair. You know, I don't want to read contradictions. And I don't want you to live here not talking to your CEO. It it's not, when members raise issues, they give you as a board an opportunity to present your side. Not that it's alarmist. You see? You see now when you say, when people were asking this question, you will make workers to be shocked and be demoralized. The reality is that already they've experienced that when you close Komati, definitely with those consequences what have been. Second, when the CEO says 2023 probably is going to be the, that can also be interpreted differently. That's why I said when I was opening, I said, when you come here, we want you to also tell us. For instance, if the issue is about what the employees will say, it's important to say, no, I think the CEO tried. This is the actual situation. And so as members will leave here, they make recommendations on a concrete information. Even if the question is Eskom still viable? You heard when members were asking questions, there will be divergent views. When they debate and deliberate, they must take into consideration. So this also is an opportunity to empower these members so that when they deliberate to compile a report, they will then be able to talk on facts, not on assumptions. Before I give to the chairperson, but just be aware, Honorable Shabalan, that there is no way Eskom will I hope it's really such a pressing matter, because I was going to outline some of the outstanding questions that probably they will need to respond to. But please, because the problem, if I open for you, I will have to open also for other members, and we will be beyond. Is it something that is really pressing that can wait or be written down?
Thanks, Chair. I think, obviously, since there isn't any follow-up, just wanted to register so that in the response, then they can respond to that. But if you're saying it's going to open up for everybody to do the same, well and good, perhaps we can leave it at that. I think at the level of our work and committee, for way forward, it's important that when we do our own committee and we look into the report, but I want to say, I don't think we're coming out with what we are meant to find out, because we are joint committees to find out when is the load shedding and how is load shedding going to be ended. Let me leave it at that.
Okay. Can we agree on this, honorable members? One, the issue that you raised, I know you said the question of the tariff model or tariff modalities. Please, can you give us, because just said we can't elaborate, we need to elaborate on the issue of the tariff model or modalities. Two, I don't think we contest the issue of the authority. It is a collective matter of Eskom. But can you help us, especially on the issue, because this was not only Petro SA, and just in terms of all Petro SA and Transnet, just generally what one would call intra-relationship that is there, whether it's at the level of Netcom, of all relevant institutions that can play that role. I heard what you say. No, I think I've clarified the issue that we need, because the question of energy supply is a different matter. That is why you are correct when we come to Eskom. But we can't underestimate. If, for instance, the answer says, which you are empowering members, if the answer says Eskom, yes, is a viable institution, and especially with these specific interventions, that can be put that in writing. Thirdly, look, I think, I don't know whether Honorable Mashala understood you correctly. I think there is there may have been a misunderstanding of the interpretation of the issue of the small scale and junior miners. But the issue was a confusion, let's put it like that, of junior miners who are put on the municipal grid. But when the municipality is owing Eskom, they get affected by that decision of Eskom. When they say they must come out of the grid, Eskom says we can't take you out of the grid until you get the concession or consent of the municipality, which then will have implications not just on the business itself with a potential close. So you are owed by, for instance, on the 50 billion we were talking about, you are owed 50 billion rand. Probably that 50 billion rand, there is somebody who is paying regularly that municipality. I think that's the point. Then you will have similar operations that are taking place that are only supplied by us. I think that's the point. I hope I put it correctly. So we wanted not a specific, to just say broadly, so that when these inquiries are being made, we can then be able to say, I'm just making an example, if there is such a problem, we advise or encourage those different entities to follow this route, or whether that route is a correct one. I mean, one issue members must help me. You know, please, Honorable Swar, don't bang my head. That's because you don't want me to say it's assumed. The truth of the matter, and we have got a case like this CEO, where some people came here, they presented in the Fifth Parliament, and they didn't want to disclose the figures. And when they didn't want to disclose the figures, the answer was simple: there is nothing that is hidden. Now it will be difficult for this committee. I don't know, but can you try at your own level best before it becomes a matter of a summon? Because the principal matter is not the figure. The principal matter is that when it comes to some of this big operation, there is a different rate that is even far less than what the communities are subjected to. I think that's the principal matter. Whether now this one is paying 5 rands or the other one is paying 2 rands or 3 rands, I don't think that is the issue, because the value may not necessarily be there. If you can get us that issue, because payment can be this today, tomorrow is something else. Is it true that there are people or institutions that are paying at a far lower rate than what even ordinary communities are subjected to? I think the last issue probably that will need an answer is that in overall, I hear what you said. In overall, as an example, I know you forgot to answer that. Can you give us an account on the matter of APP? That's in writing. I think it will help us that. I just want to check. I tried to summarize some of those sensitive. Some of them may not necessarily be sensitive. Is there any other matter that honorable members would want that it be answered to in writing? I once worked on an auction, going 1, going 2. Yes, honorable member.
If I could just ask for the purposes of this debate, so it doesn't come again, if that report that Mr. Director raised about the cost of the different energy systems could just be included, because I can see that being revisited again, and that matter must be settled.
Okay. Honorable members, can I give very few your last words, Chair, and then I'll go to the chairpersons.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and your co-chairs and members of the House. We're delighted that we have been able to engage and respond as best a manner as we could. We want to leave you with a very clear understanding, Chair, that we always welcome the opportunity to account, because it's the only way that progress can happen when people are entrusted with responsibility and then butting to account. So there's a small matter that perhaps with your permission I can just respond to briefly on the intra-SOC relationships. So the Minister of Public Enterprises has got a forum that I can remember, I think we used to have twice a year, because I used to interact with Andre before I was chair of Eskom from another SOC in that forum, where he invites the chair of SOCs that report to DPE. We had lots of work sessions, for instance, during COVID, when we shared best practices among the SOCs. So there is such a forum under the auspices of the. So as and when we need to obstacle removal, that's one of the platforms we have to cross pollinate each other. Just thought, rather than wait to respond to that, a good response should let that in. But we thank you very much for
I want to say, where we are sitting, we have a belief that the problem before us can be fixed. That's what we think. But we're not operational. We sit where we sit. We want you, as the leadership of Eskom, to give us confidence. Not only us as public representatives, but all our people, wherever they are, that this is a matter that we are attending to, and it is fixable within this particular time frame, insofar as emergency, medium term, and long term. I'm saying that because my constructive criticism is that there is leadership invisibility on your part, and you are under-communicating with us as the citizens of the country. And a matter like this needs you to take us into confidence by ensuring that you interface with us. You know, during the time of the COVID, whenever the president took the microphone and the screens in the country, he gave us an assurance that we are not about to be extinct as a people. We need something similar to that. These blackouts must not be sporadic, because you can preempt what is going to be happening tomorrow and the day after. Communicate with us so that we plan our lives at a family level. This load shedding seems to be very spontaneous, but I believe that you know when are you going to be switching off where and switching on where. We need to know this in advance, not only through the messaging that is text, but I think if you come and make use of the public broadcaster, it is something that can be very useful. I just wanted to leave it as that, Chairperson, as a take-home that they must take with, so that going forward, at least they can communicate more with the citizens of the country. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, we. Not yet. No, thanks, Chair. Mine is also in agreement with everything that is said, because we're not going to exhaust all of our questions, and also realize that there were a lot of gaps in the questions that I didn't answer, and we are not in a position to get back to those. We don't have a second bite because of the constrained time. But I just need to state that this 2-year plan, as members of this committee, in fact, as joint committee, I can say because we have been engaging in this matter, it's not helpful as far as we are concerned. We would like the management of the board to work out a plan we know for a fact that it has been announced and the President, even to the President, to everybody. But in terms of the society where we live, in terms of our own assessment of the impact of this load shedding on our society and our economy, 2 years come, we'll be all dead. I'm saying that. If one takes consideration of the damage the load shedding is doing in our health system, people are dying in our own hospitals because of this, especially in rural communities. If one look at the impact in terms of our economy, with the 43% unemployment that we are sitting at now, I'm telling you, you will be having a very good God if you will be breathing in that 2 years. I'm saying that because, to me, as the chair of the Public Enterprise Portfolio Committee, who was in the line of defense, when another tier was said when I came in here, and I'm in public in defense of that. It was 3 years ago. Last month when this was announced, it was only a month into that 3 years. And then we add another 2 years. I think if I was there, in fact I was attacked by a lot of organizations when I was defending and saying we have to give. The CEO was new at that moment, we must give the board that was there, we must give them an opportunity to deal with the situation. But just a month before, that period, that 36 months I was given, expired, and then come another 2 years later. Perhaps to another person, another 2 years is nothing. But if you were directly involved in defending based on the input you were given and commitment you were given, maybe we'll be in different situation. I mean, I had to be in a different situation because I had to understand, I had to believe people who provided that briefing to me. Now we are going to another one. Therefore, that's why I still believe that we cannot go any more further. Because the impact even then was high and now it's higher. I don't know what will be an impact by then after 2 years. That's why, to me, I think the sooner we resolve this matter as early as yesterday, the better. You know. If we can resolve this in 6 months, to me, even in less than that, it will be better. In fact, it's supposed to be resolved yesterday. Therefore, my take, Chair of the board and your executive, is that we need to find a way out of this situation. If we still want to have a society and a country that will be in a position to guarantee safe, to guarantee life to the next generation. Secondly, there is issue group chief executive officer around Quebec, which we were also involved in, to extend that as this joint committee went to address at Eskom. And we still believe that, I heard that there were some headlines that in your response that we had, including in your presentation. But I think in your response further, in writing, we'll need a broader briefing or perhaps a more concrete briefing in terms of whether the steam generator replacement project is connected and where are you in terms of resolving all those issues, including the person who was suspended, and if he was suspended pending the investigation, and where the investigation is by now, is the person back or is still suspended? We do understand suspending a person affected while the investigation is happening. Therefore, we would like to know, now that the investigation, if the investigation is finalized, what is the state of that situation? We would like, so that we don't want a situation where perception made factual. Perception in the sense of the issues that were raised by the workers. Of course, those who develop them now, they still being a perception of the workers. But if in a way they are being proven through some footsteps that shows that, by the way, there is some kind of a hard hand against the workers, it becomes a serious problem. In our oversight work, we are not only oversighting in terms of we see things, but also we want to understand the environment you are executing all this plan that is really conducive to produce the results. But that's why I insist that in this issue of the executive vis-a-vis the workers' relationship, it needs to be computerized. If a worker has claimed not to be part of a decision you take, and you only had to verify later that his name was there, that's controversial. Under normal setup, that's controversial. It says something that, okay, you were part of the session and you claim not to be there, but they investigated that, and that way those workers are still claiming to us that doesn't happen. Now I'm saying those controversial issues, it means there is a lot between the executive and the workers, and that has to be resolved. Otherwise, even that 2 year will be pipeline if those relationships. We are working with human beings there, working with engineers, we are working with the executive. If the relationship among those, I was once a boss in some small institution myself. I know when there is a problem of relationship between those two, it becomes a serious problem. There is no way that you can have result if you are not on the same wavelength in terms of understanding your own vision. You don't share your vision with the people you are working with in order to produce outcomes. It won't be. Because you won't force them to produce what they don't believe in. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. My only request now, next time, please, honorable members, please. And the Eskom, pretend as if you didn't see other things. Sometimes when we are writing people, the manner in which we relate to each other is very. I just request that next time, let's disagree, but stand against each other. Lastly, there are members who just left. There were only 2 members, if I'm not mistaken, who put in that. I said we are given the task. People are watching us, that when we finish, we are only a half of what we were when we started. Thank you very much. Good luck. Wherever you go.
Mr. Director, before you leave, on the 31st of March, load shedding would have been gone.
We are moving. I'm going. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make my blood pressure meds again.
Supper now. Toki Peka.
Oh, Andrew, you're in the interviews. You don't need to talk to you.
I'm done. Happy. Thanks. Shit, I get to sit here through the whole thing. You know what? I think we should.